Going live. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war. We are live. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Your host is most Griever, as always, bringing you guys a nice Sunday, or nice relaxing Sunday stream, aren't we? How's your weekend going? That's the first and foremost. We'll get into what this stream is all about at a later time, but seriously, first and foremost, let's do a little bit of pre-stream stuff before we get down to the nitty-gritty. This is not going to be a rant stream. This is not going to be a, passive-aggressive, getting, like throwing shade and throwing smack talk at the responders and the commenters from the chapter. This is going to be lighthearted. It really is going to be lighthearted. I'm serious. I'm not taking it too seriously. I urge none of you to take it too seriously as well. But before we get into that, seriously, how was your weekend? What's going on? My weekend was pretty good. Overall, my buddy came over last night. We got to play. We played till like 2:30 in the morning. We played some Diablo 3 together. He played Diablo 2 way back in the day, but he never played Diablo 3. And I said, hey, if you want to play it, we were just talking about Diablo. Do you want to pop it in? And I said, sure. So we ended up playing all through Act 1 on Torment 2. We had a great time. We died a lot because, brand new characters on a Torment difficulty, but we had a lot of fun. So, ordered a pizza, and all that shit. So had a good time. Had a good Saturday. The storm on Friday kind of sucked. It ruined my Skyrim stream. For those of you who don't know, I was testing out. I finally got the PlayStation to work again. For streaming purposes. I can stream PS4 games now and stuff like that, right? So Digimon's probably back on the docket. But unfortunately, I ended up playing some Skyrim more as a gag joke for Miss, but people have actually asked me to play more Skyrim. So I might actually do that for real, but because I was just goofing off. I was overtired. I was just goofing off and doing a test to make sure it would work. But the VOD got deleted. I think it was trying to upload when the power went out due to the blizzard that night, and very, very unfortunate. So I will have to restart again from scratch. I only played for like 40 minutes though, so it's no big deal. But yeah. But anyways, yeah. So as I said before, how's everybody else's weekend? How's everything going? We're going to get into, once again, what we're going to do is we are going to get into my reasonings behind the reaction for the Jujutsu Kaisen Chapter 214, why I stand by most of the things I said, even though the title of the stream is I'm Sorry Not. I will admit that there was a couple of small things that I'd say, yeah, okay, I was a bit of a dick or whatever, but I still stand behind 95% of everything I said, but we'll get into that. But yeah. And we have 4 people in here already, and only 1 like. I assume most people aren't going to like this stream either, so I don't expect to see... I really wish YouTube didn't take away the dislike thing. I'd like to see, okay, these people are in here, they just don't like you. They're here to literally hit that dislike button. I don't get to see that until after the stream. That's not live. Here in the YouTube studio, I see viewers and I see likes. I don't get to see if there's dislikes. It's very unfortunate. Miss said, oh boy. Yeah, oh boy indeed. Oh boy indeed. This is gonna be fun. And once again, I might end up opening up the VC because we're gonna. It's not that I've been ignoring responding to hateful comments on the chapter. I just was very busy last couple of days. I was quite busy, so I said, listen, I got a slew of these comments and stuff, and I don't really know how to handle the really hateful comments. That kind of idea. I've never gotten that much flack in a while. I think the last time I got this much flack was probably about a year and a half ago. It was a One Punch Man video or something like that. I got a lot of hate on that one. But I'm not used to that level of confrontation, and I don't intentionally sit down, read a manga I like, make a review or a reaction to it, and expect to get a bunch of fucking hate. So, even if people disagree with my opinions, I don't expect that. So instead, I thought, you know what? Instead of going through each one, because I do intend to respond to each one, I'm just going to go through the comments here on stream, one at a time, talk about each comment here on stream so nobody's left out, read them verbatim, and then respond to them in kind. That's what we're going to do instead. So that, instead of me typing out a whole explanation here or a whole explanation there, I'm going to say what I'm thinking and then also respond and stuff. So, Justin said, Justin's in here. Hi, Justin said, I couldn't make it on time for the Ajin chapters, but I am here. Well, the VOD's still up, man. And Ajin was a very good series. Solid 7 out of 10. It was a good series. And it ended quite well, too. No spoilers here for Ajin, but I enjoyed it. Justin said, my week was great. Spent most of it at my aunt's house. Great time. Oh, I'm very glad to hear that. It's always nice to spend time with family. Like, I always find it very sad when people say, yeah, I'm at my stepdad's or I'm at my uncle's and I don't really like being here. I don't like the area and stuff. I always find that like, do you not just, you have other things you wanted to get done. You wanted to meet up with your girlfriend. You wanted to go hang out with your friends that Saturday and now you're dragged to a family function that you just, it's not that you don't like your family. You just don't want to be there at the time. Or do you not get along with your family? I find that's the one that always bothered me because even when my family fights, I get along with everybody in my family. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So, it's one of those, right? I always feel very sad, like, when people don't get along with their families, you know? And most of the time, people have good reasons, you know, to not like their family or certain family members and stuff like that. And that, you know, that's, but I still find that sad in its own right, too, you know? So, I'm a very family-oriented type of guy. It's all about family, you know, Vin Diesel style. Joseph said, honestly, I didn't finish your review, so your opinions that got so many riled up will be new to me. Now, once again, I rewatched my video a couple of times, and I went, okay, I doubled down on the reaction, you know, because here's the thing, too. I'll get this out of the way. I'll talk about this in a little bit as well. But just right out of the gate, when I do a reaction, I know that people don't want to just see me sit here and go mildly, okay, and next page, and this happened, and, you know, oh, and there's like, let's just use the chapter, oh, and Sukuna looks angry and shocked, and Yuji's not backing down, wow, you know, like, who the fuck wants that type of reaction, you know? You want big, I'll dial it up to 11, over the top shit. Why do you think King of Lightning has been so popular for so many years? A lot of people disagree with King of Lightning's takes because he doubles down. He makes merchandise out of his bad takes. Judge Top 5 and shit, right? He makes merchandise off of his bad takes and bad assumptions, but he sticks to them. He throws in there, Judge Top 5, no question, and people make fun of him. But that's the reaction he gets. So when I do a reaction video and stuff like that and not a review, I try to sort of get inspired by that type of thing, like double down on my already, you know, sometimes controversial opinions, more for the joke, more for the lull, not for this swarm of hate that I got. And it's more for the, okay, yeah, we know Bleach is one of your favorite series, and you think that Yuta is the better of the two main characters and stuff like that. I do that. I throw those little grenades in there, not meant to cause a nuclear level explosion, meant to cause a little party favor pop. You know, this isn't meant to be a grand town destroying Judgment Day thing. You know, so it's quite funny that you know, my intention to make my reaction more high energy and a lot more fun for everyone turns into okay, everyone hates it. Like, I'm like, okay, I can see, you know, a few of the things that I said, you know, being a little bit like, okay. And I also see one thing that I can apologize for, even though I titled the stream I'm Sorry and Not. One of the things I can apologize for is I don't think it was made clear that I was still impressed with Yuji's durability feats. But I was more on Team Sukuna. I was reading this to get the reaction, and I did get a reaction, just wasn't positive, obviously, from the comment section. And it's not that I dislike Yuji as a character. I think he's a pretty standard shonen protagonist, but I don't dislike him. I don't think he's a bad protagonist, and he's an okay character for me. He's not one of my favorite characters of all time, but he works for the story. I got no hate for Yuji himself. And that didn't really come across well. After, like, I watched my review yesterday, and I went, okay, I can see a couple of points where I was just being, all right, that was just being a dick for the sake of saying shit and being a dick. Okay, so one or two of those. But even when I thought I was making a totally good point about power scaling Yuji, that Yuji cannot fight Sukuna, still standing by that, I didn't make it clear that, yes, Yuji, you are impressive for surviving, but you seriously still can't fight the man, you know? Like, I wasn't praising Yuji enough in the thing, and everything that was very gray, I wasn't praising him. I was saying, Yuji, you aren't ready for this fight, because he's just not. You know, I can see after watching it again today and watching it yesterday how it's coming off as I don't like Yuji, and that's not the case. So there was some, on my end, there was some miscommunication, or not miscommunication. I didn't communicate well how I wanted to word things properly. And that's usually why I do reviews and not reactions. Because sometimes I'll do a review. I can't tell you guys how many times I've re-recorded reviews before. I re-record some of my reviews 2 or 3 times because when I put it into the editing process, after I've read the chapter, had my thoughts, I don't script them, so I put them into the editor. And when I go through them, sometimes I go, you know what, I'm off on a tangent that makes no sense here. So I take that out and I re-record. Or I go, you know what, no, when I reread the chapter, I'm like, I go off on this whole thing about this panel, and I just misread or misunderstood the panel. Nope, take that out, re-record. I do that all the time for Jujutsu Kaisen, for One Piece, for Kengan. I do it all the time. Reactions is a one and done. You get one shot at it. And if, you know, you're overtired like I was, surviving off of a couple of Mountain Dews at the time, then, you know, I was falling asleep at my keyboard at the time when the chapter dropped. I just had a really long week. And so I sat there and I said, well, I'll do the reaction. I feel, you know, I chugged back a Mountain Dew and said, let's go. And clearly I just was a little too far out of it. So there is that. But as I said, I still stand by, you know, things I said. I just could have articulated it better, I think. I think I could have done that. But I want to make that clear. I want to make that clear right out of the gate. I don't dislike Yuji. I think Yuji's a good character. I think he works very good as an MC for this series. I do not think he has any fucking chance against 15 Finger Sukuna. Like, this is not a... And I also know that people hate my comparisons. Though people were picking from my quick scan. I haven't even read the comments yet, guys. But people were doing my quick scan of Bleach. People are complaining that I do a lot of comparisons to Bleach. I did Dragon Ball Z references, Kenshin references, and Bleach references in that reaction, in fact. But I didn't see anybody. Now, I haven't read the comments yet, but no one's bitching that I do comparisons. Now, if you don't like the way I do things, if you don't like the way when I do comparisons, whether positive or negative, to another series, sounds like a you problem. Don't watch my videos. That sounds like you. When I want to talk about something, when I compare something, I'm not saying one thing's better or worse. When I just rewatched my reaction, for example, let's just talk about the comparison stuff before we get into the comments. When I made some of the, let's use a couple of the Bleach comparisons. When I compared Yuji getting completely shredded and fucked, and I called it Senbon Zakura Kageyoshi, that didn't mean, oh, I've seen that before. Bleach already did that. That makes Bleach better. This is copying. No, I'm saying, holy shit, he just got fucking Senbon Zakura'd because it's very similar, being slashed by a million blades. That's a badass panel. I reacted, I thought, appropriately to it and went, holy shit, Yuji, get fucked. You know? Because get fucked. He just got Renji'd. From the Soul Society. It's the same idea. That's not a bad thing. To notice the comparisons and notice the similarities is not a bad thing. When we saw the line thing, I compared it to Dragon Ball Z. Sukuna's sort of survival of the, the strong decide how the weak live or do or die or do anything is very similar to Shishio Makoto's, which I just did a reread of Kenshin because Bernice in Miss Discord was reading it. So I reread that, so Makoto Shishio is fresh in my mind as a great villain. So when Sukuna says something similar, I was like, damn, Sukuna following that same mindset. Great villain choice. Great choice to make Sukuna, go down this path. It's similar. It's awesome. I didn't say it's a bad thing. I didn't say, oh, I've seen it before, so it's not original. Comparing things and recognizes the comparison doesn't necessarily make a negative. And I'm just saying, a lot of my comparisons, if you don't like the fact that when I react to things, that I do a lot of, okay, we're seeing a Super Saiyan. Like, I brought up Super Saiyan in that thing. I said, Yuji about to go. See, no one seems to notice that I also praised Yuji. I was like, Yuji is going nuts. He's screaming, Sukuna. He's got this man about to go Super Saiyan. You know, that wasn't, just because I said he's going Super Saiyan doesn't mean I think that, oh, now when Yuji goes Super Saiyan, Jujutsu Kaisen is going to suck because it's copying Dragon Ball Z. No, I'm just using a classic transformation to say this man is just giving off the I'm going to fuck you up vibes, you know? That's not a bad thing. I don't think so, but if you think so, and if you don't like that that's how I read my manga, and I notice similarities, and I speak them out loud, I can just urge you not to watch my videos anymore. Alright? Like, I'm not here to fucking hear every comment like, stop comparing this to Dragon Ball Z, stop comparing it to Bleach, stop comparing it to Shaman King, Toriko, whatever. It's like, I'm doing it to let you guys know why I like something and why I find it similar. I love Bleach, it's one of my favorite series. I love Dragon Ball Z, I love these series, so when I notice similarities, Shishio Makoto is arguably one of the greatest villains in Shonen, easily. So the fact that I'm saying Sukuna is in a similar vibe only is speaking praise about Gege's writing of Sukuna. I didn't say he was copying. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, that kind of stuff is what I'm just failing to understand. I'm failing to understand why people don't, you know, that seems to be an issue. But as I said, we'll be going through the comments. I never actually read most of the comments. I scanned through them, recognized the hate, and I went, oh shit, this is going to be fun to deal with later. Never dealt with it, and then because I got busy, and then I said, you know what, I think I'm going to stream this shit and make a fun time out of it. So, and thank you very much, guys, for the 4 likes. I appreciate it. And 6 people. Sorry, that was already a rant. I said we're keeping this lighthearted. I'm just doing explanation. This is exposure. This is explanation time first before we actually get into the comments. I just want it clear how I do things and why I do things. I dial them up to 11 so they're not mid-ass reactions. When I do a reaction, I dial that shit up. I say the first thing out of my thought, and if it's blatantly wrong, well, I fucked up, you know? Like, it is what it is, but that's what an honest reaction is, you know? If I misread something on my reaction, well, you wanted a reaction. You didn't want me to fucking fake one, did you? You wanted me to record it 6 or 7 times till I got it right? You know, like, then it's not genuine. So you either want me to be a fake ass, or you don't like that people can misread something, misinterpret something on the first read. You know, not like something until they better grasp it, have an opinion on something, then discuss it, and then go, oh, you know what, maybe I am too harsh about this, or maybe I dislike this for the wrong reasons and stuff, you know, like, so I don't really know what the people want. Let's jump back into the chat so we're caught up with that. And yeah, let me know what you guys think. Like, that's why we're doing this stream. Let's see. Purple Tape says, go in on this Bleach ripoff, G-Baby. See, that's the thing. It's not a Bleach ripoff. It started off very much like Bleach. But as I explained in the Jin stream, no spoilers for Jin, it was a solid series, Jin also started off very heavily like a Tokyo Ghoul copy. But like Jujutsu Kaisen has done, it has veered away much differently from Bleach. Its starting grounds was very, you could see the Bleach inspiration and influence, and similarities. But it's diverted itself well since into its own thing and its own story. The fact that I see good comparisons between the 2 series is not, I don't see the issue, you know? If Luffy, if Zoro in One Piece, let's just use a One Piece. If Zoro all of a sudden starts screaming, his hair turns gold, grows and spikes up, and his eyes turn blue, and I say, holy shit, Zoro just went Super Saiyan, I'm just saying, like, am I wrong? Stop comparing One Piece to Dragon Ball Z. You know, how many red flashing lights do you need? Justice said, I know. YouTube is all about entertainment, and then with entertainment, there's showmanship, exaggeration to be more entertaining. Exactly. When I do reactions, all I'm trying to do is sort of dial in some King of Lightning, teching sort of enthusiasm into them. And I double and triple down on where I'm headed with something. So, you know, it is what it is. Justice said, Yuji definitely can't fight Sukuna. Which at the end of the day, that's what I said. Let's go back to the thing that I liked the chapter. Yuji was impressive. Sukuna was badass. And Yuji stands no chance against Sukuna. And if you disagree with any of those points, that's fine. But that's the takeaway, alright? Yuji is still a good character. He just has no fucking shot against Sukuna. And I don't know how he survived these Dragon Ball Z, because people hate the Bleach comparisons. Let's use Dragon Ball Z instead. I don't get how he's surviving these blasts through skyscrapers. He's still a human body, right? Regardless of his superhuman durability. Like, I wouldn't expect... So does Wakatsuki from Kengan. But if Wakatsuki got thrown through half a town of buildings, I expect him to be fucking bloody and not exactly hopping right up again, you know? So, I don't know. And once again, I didn't know if he still had his cursed energy. Is he weaker? Here's a good question for the chat. Is Yuji, or do you believe Yuji is now weaker in any way, shape, or form because he lost Sukuna? I mean, I don't know. That's my thing. I don't know. Did he or did he not? Did he lose access to his cursed energy? Did he lose, maybe not access to it, but did he lose an ability like Black Flash? Or did he lose a level of control over it? What did he lose? You know what I mean? Or if anything, maybe he lost nothing, right? So that's the question. And we don't really know that. I don't think anybody can say yes or no to that yet. This chapter might have confirmed it for some people, but I don't know. And that's why I posed the question. I'm like, arguably, Yuji is at his best, or he might be even weaker now fighting Sukuna than he was before Sukuna left his body. Sukuna might have, I don't know, add +3 to his strength or something. I don't know what it did, you know? And if somebody does and has proper, like, here in this panel in this manga, you know, chapter, it shows why, I'd be interested to read that. I probably do forget, but yeah. So Justice said Yuji definitely can't fight Sukuna, and Yuji is probably one of my favorite characters, and that's fine. He's not one of mine, but he's not a bad character. I like Yuji. I just don't think he stands a fucking chance, and I think he's got to wait for help. I think, you know, I don't think Maki can take on Sukuna by herself. I don't think Takaba or any of these guys can. I think they need to team up. I think Yuji needs to, you know, round up some dudes and maybe fucking go in on this guy. You know what I mean? I think Yuji's might make a bad situation worse by trying to take him on by himself instead of stalling and waiting for backup or trying to find Maki to help him out or something, you know? Like, he can throw hands, but he can't last. Yeah, and I agree. Sure, he can throw hands. He needs to tap out next chapter or he'll die. That's what I'm saying. See, people don't like that I didn't fucking wank him off or suck his dick over this. You know what I mean? Because it's like, yeah, okay, you're durable as fuck, which was also proven that it's basically Fushiguro is the reason that he's not fucking chopped to pieces. Like preventing Sukuna, like holding back some of his output, some of his power. That's confirmed. So that makes sense, and that's fine. But once again, yeah, Yuji, like, yeah, you got to tap at some point. Miss said, that's why I do reactions and reviews. Yeah, and I would have done a review instead of this stream, but I don't think people would still like my response. I still think Yuji shouldn't be throwing hands right now. I think he's got to back away from the situation. I think people wanted me to be more impressed by the fact that he was going all like walking forward, like getting cut up like a motherfucker, and then still stomping forward to punch him. I should be like, fucking A, Yuji, that shit means nothing to you. No, Yuji is going to die from blood loss in the next chapter if he doesn't get some fucking RCT. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm impressed that Yuji's doing this shit that he's doing, but Sukuna's barely trying. And fucking Yuji's like on his last legs. Like he's asking to be one shot here. And I'm just like, Yuji, back down, bud. You gotta retreat to get stronger. I'm not saying that Yuji won't get stronger after this. Of course he will. And then he'll be a badass. But right now, Yuji, you powering up, it's reminding me of Vegeta up against Final Form Frieza. Vegeta stood no fucking chance. No matter how much he powered up, no matter how cocky, no matter how mad he was, revenge for the Saiyan race and all this shit. It didn't matter. Frieza toyed the fuck with Vegeta, and that's what Sukuna's going to do to Yuji if Yuji doesn't go, okay, retreat for now, come back to fight another day. You know? It's only impressive to me when the anger motivation is on par with the character. But Sukuna's up here in S tier, and Yuji's down in B tier. There's just no chance. Being angry and going forward and screaming Sukuna isn't going to make him more powerful. It isn't going to jump him 3 tiers to be able to fight Sukuna. So, I mean, that's why you do reactions and reviews. And yeah, I get that. And I noticed, actually, everyone definitely go check out Misk's reaction. It was a good reaction. I haven't fully watched your review. 33 minutes. Good job, man. Good job. I'm really curious as to what you talk about in that review. I haven't watched it yet. But why you do reactions and reviews. Yeah, I noticed in your reaction, you posed some of the same questions and said some of the same things I did. I just didn't see any hate for what you said. You, in your reaction, you even said, Yuji, you cannot fight Sukuna. That's all I was saying, is that it came off that I was bad-mouthing Yuji for trying, which, once again, like, Yuji, seriously, back down. So I doubled down on it, but the sentiment of everything you said was there. Is Hana dead? Can Yuji, has Yuji gotten weaker that Sukuna left? Can he use cursed energy? Can he do this? I pose all the same questions that from what I watched yours, I watched mine. I didn't see much of a difference. I just doubled down on the Yuji hate, which once again, it wasn't intended to be Yuji hate. It was Yuji is not ready for this fight. Yuji, get the fuck out of there. And once again, for showmanship, you have to double down on your thing. Sukuna is the man. Yuji, you ain't nothing. You ain't nothing to this man. It's shit talking. It's like before a fight, you gotta shit talk, right? I think that was totally lost in translation for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah. And once again, that's probably on me. My tone was probably off in that reaction. I don't hear it because I know what I'm intending and I know what I'm saying. But, you know, I'm trying to listen to it. I was trying my best today, especially after watching it a few times. I was trying my best to listen to it from I don't know the intention behind what I'm saying. And I could see some of it sounding worse than what it was intended to be. So that's why I'm sort of like, okay, I'll give you guys a little bit of flack with that one. Yeah, I doubled down a little hard on the Yuji slander, I guess. But once again, it's not slander if it's untrue. Yuji is not fucking ready for this. And should have fucking died slamming through 5 buildings. I am going to stand by that. There is no fucking reason that being birthed in Kenjaku's fucking baby oven of a fucking gender bend made him fucking, like, Saiyan level. You know, like, that's, you know. Surviving it is one thing. Standing up and shrugging it off like it's nothing, just whoa, you know, for me. But, you know, if you guys like it, that's fine. Justin said JJK is just confirmed to be inspired by Bleach. It is, yeah. So that's a completely valid comparison. And I probably use more Bleach comparisons than any other series. People usually don't like when I do comparisons in the first place, I've noticed. It's just how I talk. It's too bad. Don't watch my content if it's going to bother you. But yeah, it's since I know that it's heavily inspired by Bleach, and you can see in the first arc the inspiration. As a result, I'm sitting there like, okay, so it's just easy for me because I assume that a lot of Jujutsu Kaisen readers would also enjoy Bleach because both series are similar in some ways. As I said, the deviation is clear as day now. But, you know, you can see the starting grounds being similar. You can see where it came from. So, just said, like, he got shredded, but he took it like a champ. He did. And I guess like, it was too much in this category. Like, there was too much in A. There was too much, okay, you got shredded. Yuji, you're fucked. Instead of saying, oh, Yuji, you're still fucked. But, man, you took that shit like a champ. There wasn't enough positive, yeah, Yuji, you're smacking Sukuna in the face. It's not going to do anything, but good for you. Like, there was no positivity towards Yuji doing anything. The fact that Yuji got up, I criticized. The fact that Yuji wasn't dead, I criticized. The fact that Yuji is just there to be a meat sack taking blows from Sukuna instead of being impressed by the fact that he's not atomized, I complained that he wasn't atomized. So, I can sort of see that. It was mostly on this side of the field rather than the other side, and I get that. I get that after watching the reaction a few times. People wanted me to wank off Yuji's durability in this fight, which to me is not a fight. It's a one-sided beatdown. But, you know, people just wanted me to wank like it's impressive. Like, listen, I love Todo. Todo's one of my favorite. Unlike Yuji, Todo is one of my top 3 favorite characters in Jujutsu Kaisen. I love Todo. If Todo tried this shit, I'd be like, Todo, get the fuck out of there. I would have had the same reaction to Todo doing it. Todo ain't that level. He ain't ready. Get the fuck out of there, Todo. You're just going to get yourself killed, right? So, Ken Ari Curry is in here. Hello, Mr. Curry. He says, I don't why Yuji got up, to be honest. I feel like having Maki and Takaba join would have been a good progression. That's what I'm hoping for next chapter. We'll see. I feel like would have been better than having Stay injured and have an MC flashback track rather than this. See, I don't... I think it's for the hype, and some people really enjoyed this chapter. They love the hype of Yuji versus Sukuna. Great, but since I'm not blinded by Yuji love, I know Yuji stands no fucking chance. I'm sitting back more logical or cynical about it and going, Yuji, get the fuck out of there. This is a team-up match. This is not a 1v1 you can handle right now. And the series might be a totally different story. Yuji might be more powerful than Gojo. But we're not talking about later. We're talking about right now. And we still don't know if losing Sukuna did any negatory effects to his physical stats, his durability, well, clearly not his durability as of this chapter, but his cursed energy output, his control over cursed energy. We have no idea if it affected him or not. So I'm sitting there like, at best, you're just as good as when Sukuna was locked up inside you. You know, that's at best. At worst, you don't even have CE anymore, you know? Or not CE that you can control anyways. So yeah. I mean, once again, it was a hype chapter for people who love that type of stuff. And I love it when it's comparable, when it's possible that the main character can win. If they go all out sort of idea. It loses all tension for me knowing that Yuji stands no fucking chance. So then it doesn't look badass and cool to me. It looks more idiotic as far as I'm concerned. And I guess people didn't like that. You know, because that was my feelings towards it. Curry said, like, he literally got a hole punched through him from looking at his shirt. Yeah, like, see, that's what I'm saying. The man should be way more... He should be down and out, and he's not, and I'm kind of like, eh. His durability feats are getting kind of silly to me, and that's why people don't like it, I guess. As I said, we'll be going through the comments eventually. And if people want to join the VC at some point, we might open that up, like I said. Justin said, at Curry, he got up because he is just so mad, which is fair. We like the mad MC power-up, but as I said, it's only good if we know that the pissed off, you touched my kid, my wife, my girlfriend, my friends, I'm gonna fuck up your day, if it's possible for that to go down. We know, anybody with a brain knows Yuji can't do that. No matter how mad Yuji gets, he's not gonna win. So, without help, that's the thing. Without help, he's not winning this. So, he's just going to get himself killed, so it's not as hype for me, I guess. That's all. He got it because he's just so mad. Like, if he had just stood there as Sukuna took over his best friend's body, it would betray everything we know about him as a person. I mean, yeah, that's fair. The fact that he stood up, but I think he should be stalling or doing something different. Just said, I think it's more impressive for a weaker character to stand up and fight a far stronger character because of rage. It's way cooler if they're more equal and stand a chance. See, I don't mind him standing up for the rage thing. I think I would have liked it more if Yuji showcased that flying through buildings and getting punched the shit out affected him. Like, he could barely stand on his 2 feet and he puts his, come on then, you know, like the last stand sort of idea. I would be far more impressed if Yuji looked like he was taking damage. Like, this man should not be standing, but look at him. Weak knees, staggering forward, hands shaking, blurry vision, can barely stand, and still gonna go and smack Sukuna in the face. that would have been a way more impressive Yuji moment to me than him seemingly just shrugging off these things that should be killing him, or at least incapacitating him. You know? Then I would be fine. But yeah, so that's the way so him getting up for the rage doesn't bother me. That's a classic MC thing to do. But, so I had no problem there. As I said, people missed my praise halfway through, which I was like, Yuji fucking going Super Saiyan. And I said, pulling a Chad, taking the entire fucking telephone pole, pulling a Neo from the Matrix, a telephone pole, and fucking slamming it. And, you know, like, he going nuts. I praised that part. People didn't see it as praise, but I did. I was like, this man is going Super Saiyan. He's rage Super Saiyan mode. Let's go. And I was still, you know, like, damn, let's go. I guess if Yuji's going to survive, I mean, I guess he's going to do this shit, right? So let's see. Yeah. BD Manga, who's Brown Dio's in here, says Bleach comparisons is fine. Fair. But then you said Chad swung a telephone pole in Chapter 6, which JJK took this long to do, which is a strange comparison to draw from. Yeah, as I said, I was just shit-talking there. As I said, see, people are missing that point. I was doing a little bit of shit-talking at that point, because I think right before there, I said, Bleach is also better than JJK. I mean, easy. Like, people didn't see the sarcasm there. And I'm not apologizing for that one. I think Bleach is better than JJK, but most people who watch my videos know that, and that was more of a sarcastic comment. Because I knew I was doing some Bleach comparisons, so I just said, well, Bleach is obviously better than, you know, but I guess the sarcasm didn't come through, and that pissed a lot of people off, you know. And Chad did swing a telephone pole in Chapter 6 or whatever. What volume was that? Volume... maybe it's in Volume 5. Anyway, early on in Bleach, he did do that to fight a hollow he couldn't see. So that was kind of badass. So I was just like, Yuji taking... Like, my point was, which I actually interrupted myself because I just watched the video. I was saying that he took the telephone pole like a Chad, and then I said, and then that triggered it in my mind. I said, yeah, like Chad did, literally like Chad did, you know, because at first I was saying Yuji like a Chad. If you actually listen to the video, guys, I actually say Yuji like a Chad pulls this telephone pole out, and then it reminded me that Chad literally did the same thing. So I said, yeah, okay, you know, he literally did a Chad. I don't see a problem with that. It just reminded me because I was calling Yuji a Chad at the time. But see, that got lost because I interrupted my own train of thought and mentioned a Bleach comparison, see? So, which once again, that's on me. That's on me for, once again, not making clear sarcasm and making clear that I still recognize finishing my original thought saying Yuji does this like a Chad, period. Similar to, you know, once again, I was overtired at the time, guys, so it was more rambling, but, you know. Brown says, since American superhero comics have done the swing pole thing before Bleach, I mean, yeah, everyone has, but as I said, like a Chad did it, it was like, oh, made the connection in my brain, you know. Makoto Shishio is not the first person to say the strong live and the weak die, but that's also the villain I drew inspiration from to compare it to Sukuna. So, no problem there. Just said, it's less hype people like about this chapter. It's more the catharsis. People have been waiting years for Yuji to actually do something to Sukuna because he's been so powerless. And that actually makes a lot of sense. And that's maybe what I was missing from the community, is that they've been waiting for this. And I'm waiting for it. But when Yuji's strong enough to do it, he's never been strong enough to throw hands with Sukuna. So right now, this feels premature. And using another one of the Bleach comparisons, God forbid, that I used before, is that he, basically Sukuna is, like, it's, right now, Ichigo's awesome, but he had no chance against Aizen at the end of the Soul Society. Stop the theme song, you know? And that's what Yuji's doing right now. It was too early for Ichigo and the Soul Society to fight Aizen. It's too early for Yuji to fight Sukuna right now. It's just too early. So, you know, that's what I was saying. I was like, this would be more badass if, you know, from the Yuji perspective, like, that is not a badass Ichigo moment. Let's be real. That's a badass Aizen moment. But it's not a badass, which I did praise Sukuna in the chapter. I praised Sukuna for doing this shit. Because it was badass Sukuna moments. It was not badass Yuji moments in the same way it wasn't a badass Ichigo moment that he got his Bankai stopped with a fucking finger. That's a shitty moment for Ichigo. Just badass for the other character. In the same breath, it's the same idea here. Yuji getting fucked up by Sukuna is the same idea, or in the similar vein at least. And yeah, so that's why, I wasn't praising Yuji as much. He just ain't ready. Just said, so obviously when he finally does it, no matter what, if it's futile or not, it's cathartic. Yeah, which makes sense if the community wants to look at it that way. I don't, but I understand why. And had I known that going forward, I probably would have been less, because the audience hates Sukuna as much as Yuji right now. See, I think Sukuna's kind of badass. Like, as far as a villain goes, I like him more than Kenjaku. I enjoy seeing Sukuna on screen. I know he's an asshole. I know he's a bastard. But that's the point of a good villain. You want to see him get beat, but at the appropriate time. Sukuna on screen has always been enjoyable to me. So, as a result, I think that the community at large, yeah, as you said, it's catharsis for them to see this. For me, it's like, okay. Brown Dio said pretty much this. Oh, okay, yeah, see? I expect explanations either next chapter or next few once we get more info on what Kenjaku did. Yeah, that's true too. Brown said also Sukuna is getting his power tampered with by Megami, so that's an extra factor. Yeah, which we found out at the end of the chapter, and I did mention, and then I said, okay, this makes sense why Sukuna hasn't completely just obliterated Yuji without effort right now, because Fushiguro is actually tampering and trying to rein in Sukuna. Sukuna doesn't have full control of the body and his power. So it's like, okay, now it makes sense why Yuji's surviving. I mentioned that and I didn't have a problem with it. We don't know that till the end of the chapter though. So what I'm saying is it's a reaction chapter. So I don't go all the way back and say, okay guys, so now that we know that, everything I said, let's go back and reread the chapter knowing this fact. And then let's see what I think. Like, no, I wasn't going to do that, right? So, Justice said, I think the last stand will happen next chapter because of how he's just bleeding out. Yeah, that chapter I'll probably enjoy a lot more from a Yuji perspective. As I said, I like Yuji, guys. I do. He's a 6 out of 10 character for me, a 7 out of 10. He's pretty good. He's not a bad main character. Just said, but I get your complaints. It would be cooler if he was more injured. Yeah, I like the idea of the guy who shouldn't get back up, is still back up, looks like dead man walking. That's always been more impressive to me. But, once again, that's a personal preference. It doesn't take away that Yuji walking forward while being shredded by Kenjaku and still stomping forward and punching him in the face was not an impressive feat. It was an impressive feat. I did say that in the reaction. I didn't use the word impressive, but I went, damn. Like, they still punch him in the face. I said, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Then we got, as Brown Dio just brought up, the Fushiguro is holding him back. It's like, okay. But I wasn't going to go through every single thing I had said in the last 18 minutes and go, correction, Fushiguro's holding him back. Correction, Fushiguro. Correction, Fushiguro. I wasn't going to do that. Curry said, when he said the Chad thing, I thought that was so funny. I didn't take it as a jab at Bleach. Yeah, no, it wasn't meant to be a jab at Yuji, and it wasn't meant to be a jab at Bleach. It was meant to be... I just watched the video before doing the stream, guys, and it's plain to say to me that I was calling Yuji a Chad, and then went, like Chad from Bleach. You can see it in my eyes and my expression changes. I'm like, yeah, like that. It wasn't a bad thing. It was just funny. Like a Chad doing a Chad. Like a Chad. It's funny. It's dad humor. It's lame humor, but it's still humor. Like, that was the funny thing. It dawned on me right then in the reaction, so I mentioned it. I mean, if you guys want me to do reactions without speaking what I'm thinking, okay, I can fake my way through a reaction for the rest of the time. Like, that doesn't sound like fun. I might as well drop Jujutsu Kaisen at that point and just keep focusing on other series if that's what's going to make people happy. Brown Dio said, I remember reacting to the chapter, and as soon as Sukuna told him to basically suffer, I was yelling for Yuji to run away, so I think next chapter Sukuna will fight back, Megumi then flex. I mean, that would be pretty cool. That would definitely be pretty cool. I definitely agree with that. 100%. 100%. So yeah. So, anyways, I think we've covered most of the stuff. So why don't we just go through the comment section? I'm gonna open up the comment section. I didn't set up a layout for this, guys, so you're just gonna have to trust me that I'm doing this. But I'm just gonna read each comment as we go through. I'm gonna go to my YouTube studio. I'm gonna read each comment, and then I'm gonna respond. I'm gonna talk to you guys about it, and then respond in kind. Okay? So. And I'm not gonna try to be a dick about it. I might be a little joking, you know, because as I said, this is all light and fluff to me. So let's see. Held for review. None by the looks of it are held for review. They're all published by the looks of it. So all right. So we got the Fair Chance says, oh, I better make sure these are all Jujutsu Kaisen. Okay, there's one on my Gini Chimaru video by the looks of it. And a couple others, but other than that one, yeah, okay. So, the Fair Chance said one day ago, holy cow. Holy cow. No wonder I've been ignoring these. Okay? The blind Yuji hate to the point of blaming the writing is ridiculous. Okay, I watched my video literally like twice today and a couple times yesterday. I never said the chapter was bad. I never said the writing was bad. I don't think I even mentioned the writing. So, okay. And the blind Yuji hate. Once again, I understand why people can sort of get that from it. I do get that. You know, Yuji's not one of my favorite characters. I think there's better characters in Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't dislike Yuji. We've established this. So I don't hate Yuji, but I can see, once again, I'll go a little bit olive branch and say, yeah, that reaction does make it seem. If you've never watched my other content on Jujutsu Kaisen, you could probably infer from that I don't like Yuji. So, a little bit on me on that one. That's fair. And holy cow, you've been ignoring these. Well, I find it funny. You know what? Here's what I find funny. The problem with that one is, isn't that a little hypocritical? Is not the word, but if you've been ignoring these, I find it very surprising that someone would have been ignoring my Jujutsu Kaisen reactions and then reacts to this one where it's so controversial. Maybe a little bit of fib in there. If you've been ignoring them, how would you know to watch this specific one that's so controversial? Like, that's a little coinkydink to me, but all right. As I said, maybe it is. You've been ignoring them because you didn't like my reactions in the past, but that would be the only reason. You've been ignoring these, the Fair Chance, which clearly, I'm assuming you did give me a fair chance because you said you've been ignoring these. I assume you're talking about my particular videos, so you don't like my stance and my opinion on Jujutsu Kaisen at the very least. That's what I infer from that. Does that, everyone think that fair? Okay. If that's the case, then you've been ignoring them because you don't like my content. And then you came back to watch my content. I don't know. I don't know about anybody else, but when I don't like a YouTuber, I don't watch their content. If I watch their content and I think it's okay, and then I start to dislike their content to the point of not watching their videos anymore, I generally don't come back. I don't think there's a reason to, especially to come back just to dislike and comment that I don't like your content. That seems silly to me, you know? But, alright. So, because we're probably going to get through a lot of these. There's probably going to be a lot of these that say, like, this is why I don't watch your content. Well, clearly you do. So, you know, but let's respond to this one. So let's give a like, let's give the heart, and say, the blind Luigi hate. What do we say to this one? Holy cow, no wonder I've been ignoring these. As I said, I'm doing the long one here on stream, but we're going to respond very, very quickly to these. So, holy cow, no wonder I've been ignoring these. Blind Yuji hate to the point of blaming the writing is ridiculous. I do not hate Yuji, but I can see how that this reaction made it seem like caps lock. I do. I just don't think he should be throwing hands with Sukuna right now. Feel free to continue to ignore any future content if you do not care for it. Is that a fair? I think that's fair to say, right? I think that's fair. I do not hate Yuji, but I can see how this reaction makes it seem like I do. I just don't think he should be throwing... Oh, I spelled that wrong. Throwing hands with Sukuna right now. Feel free to continue to ignore any future content if you do not care for it. I'm not being mean. I'm not being aggressive. I'm not being passive. I'm saying, yeah, fair enough. You know, if you don't like my content, feel free to not watch it. You do not have to. I think that that's fair. So yeah, we're going to reply with that one. Let's move on to the next one. Next one is from Akbar7652, who says, Jesus Christ, this is hard to watch. All right, I will like that and heart it and say, I am sorry you feel that way, I guess. I'm sorry you feel that way. I mean, I don't know what else to say to that. Jesus Christ, this is hard to watch. I don't think I can be even funny with that one. This is hard to watch. Maybe get your eyes checked. See, that sounds mean. Like, it doesn't sound jokey over text. That sounds mean. Like, oh, if it's hard to watch, maybe you should go to the eye doctor. You know? Like, get your eyes checked. But that would come off without the tone and the inflection. It would just come off as passive-aggressive. So I'll just say I'm sorry you feel that way. And, yeah. The next one is... from @user GS1TI3DB9D says, bro, if you're reading JJK, just compare it to Bleach, then just don't. Okay, we will like and heart that particular response. Say, I compare it to many series. No, how would I say this simply? Because I do, like, alright, so here's our first Bleach one. Like, if you're going to compare it to Bleach, then don't. What's a nice way to basically say, well, that's how I read. I can't help it when I read something and it reminds me of Lord of the Rings. I'm not going to think of Lord of the Rings. I don't know how anybody can do that. If you know, if you watch a movie and it reminds you of another movie, that's like supposedly a bad thing. I don't know. I don't know what people want from me. I don't... If someone can do that, if I'm the weird one out here and you can literally watch 1,000 movies, read 1,000 manga, read 1,000 books, play 1,000 video games, and never get reminded or see a comparison to any other game, movie, or piece of fiction, that's, I mean, better than I can, because I can't anymore. I have read so many books, read so many manga, watched so many anime that it's almost impossible for me to not be reminded of something, you know, when I watch something new. It's just almost impossible. I mean, every time you see a laser sword, do you not think lightsaber? You know? Like, I don't know, man. So if you're reading JJK, just compare it to Bleach, then just don't. The best way to respond to this one, because once again, I don't want to sound like a dick in any of these. Because people don't like it, and that's fine. That's fair. How's a way to say that? I always see comparisons. Yeah, I always see comparisons regardless what I read to something. I always see comparisons regardless what I read or watch to something else. Can't seem to help it. Let's just say I just want to say, I want to say just because I'm comparing it doesn't mean I think it's bad or the same, but I think we'll just leave it at that. Well, I do want to explain that part, so, yeah, something like that. Something like that. Yeah, bro, if you're reading JJK just compare it to Bleach, then just don't. I always see comparisons regardless what I read or watch to something else. Can't seem to help it. This is harder than I thought. See, this is why I wanted to do this on stream. I might as well get content out and get a chat going at the same time as doing this shit. It's going to take a while. That being said, just because I make the comparisons does not necessarily, yeah, fuck off, mean, stupid caps lock. Every time I keep hitting caps lock. Stupid fingers. I'm the one controlling them. Stupid me. Being said, just because I make the comparisons does not necessarily mean I think that it is a bad thing in any way. I guess that's the simple way to say it instead of going on a whole thing. That being said, just because I make the comparisons does not necessarily mean I think that it is a bad thing in any way. Or that it is stealing / copying from or that is stealing copying either. There we go. So that's what I'll say to that, bro. If you're just reading JJK to compare it to Bleach, then just don't. Skullface. I always see comparisons regardless what I read or watched or to something else. Can't seem to help it. That being said, just because I make the comparisons does not necessarily mean I think it is a bad thing in any way or that it is stealing / copying either. There we go. Alright, so we've gone through a few comments at least. Yes, let's see. I'll probably open up the VC soon, I guess. Have to wait and see. I don't know if anybody's even available for that, so I've got really no idea. But before we do that, we'll get through a few more of these anyways. I don't even know if anybody's, interested in talking, so. Let's see. Alright, this person is Kapira from Chapara 5443. Sorry if I'm butchering your name there. Said Yuji tanked crashing through buildings by the jet lady in the chapter 161 casually. He should not be done and down. Alright, I will like and heart that. And say I find his durability in general, because I do, in general, a little, what's the best way to say that? Because yeah, he crashed into those things, but once again, I've been under the impression that him having Sukuna, being a Sukuna vessel, makes it so he can survive these crazy things. Like having his head smashed through a wall and stuff like that. He can survive because he's a sorcerer, because he's got Sukuna in him. I never assumed it was because he's just a fucking, even though we saw that, sure, we saw that he's got crazy, some almost superhuman level feats at the beginning of the series. Nothing showed me he could survive crashing through multiple buildings at the beginning of the series before he ate Sukuna fingers. So, in general, a little, I'll just say I find his durability in general, a little nuts at times. This just happens to be one that seems... I find his durability in general a little nuts at times. This just happens to be one that seems... how do I want to say that? This just happens to be the one... this just happens... how do I say that? I find this durability in general a little nuts at times. Maybe I'll just end it on that. I find this durability to be a lot sometimes. Not just here, but I just want to say that this time is a little crazy. But this time was... How do I say that? Jesus Christ, I can't even find my words today. Find this durability in general a little nuts at times, not just here, but this time was nuts again. Seemed different, but that's not what I want to say. What do I really want to say about that? Find this durability in general a little nuts at times, not just here, but this time felt we pushed past that limit, I guess. That's not really how I want to say it, but I just want to move on. So I said to that, I find his durability in general a little nuts at times, not just here, but this time felt we pushed past that limit. That's not really how I want to say it, but I can't seem to find my words. The next one is from Anton Score 8127. Said, tough crowd on this, Griever. Yeah, I guess so. It is what it is. However, that reaction page from Yuji made me feel sad as fuck for him. What is that? That's quite the scene to see in any circumstance. The kid is scarred with death and destruction by Sukuna. I will... Alright, that's fair. Yeah, it seems so. Everyone is entitled to their opinion, though, of course. And I do firmly believe that. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion. Whether you believe it right or wrong, who's to determine whether an opinion is right or wrong? As long as you're not stating a fact as one, you're fine. So, yeah, it seems so. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, of course. Upon a reread of the chapter, which I did do, I do agree that it is quite sad for Yuji. Yeah, because it is. It is quite sad for Yuji at that case. I think because we've been jumping away from Yuji so much, I remember one of my favorite moments from Yuji was the Higurama stuff. Yuji just shocking the fuck out. That was a great Yuji moment, you know? I think because we've been away from Yuji for so long, you sort of, at least I tend to forget, like, this man has been through some fucking shit. You know what I mean? He has been through some shit. And it's sort of like, damn, like, yeah, things are going to scar this poor bastard. Like, things have been scarring him and are going to continue to scar him. And it seems like everything just goes, when he gets a little bit of happiness, it just goes from bad to worse for this poor bastard. So, yeah. Upon a reread of the chapter, which, as I said, I did do, yeah, that was kind of a more sad moment than I gave it credit for. But as I said, we've been away from him for so long that it just feels like, okay, yeah, you got to sort of refresh your memory that he's been through some shit. That's why I said, that's why reactions, I mean, I'll probably still react to things. You know, if I didn't have a tough skin, you need a tough skin to be a YouTuber. God forbid you have an opinion that the majority doesn't fucking like. Oh my God, I'm the worst person of all time. I might as well go die in a hole or something. It's like, what's wrong with you? Like, you know, my wife's going to find me crying in the fetal position in the corner. There were some random people on the internet who were mean to me and didn't like my opinion. You're like, what do you expect me to do? Cry like a fucking baby? If you're a YouTuber, if you put yourself out there on the internet, you've got to be able to talk the talk and walk the walk. If you can take the hit, you've got to, if you're going to start smacking, you got to be able to take some hits to the face yourself, you know? And if you can't do that, if all you do is whine and complain afterwards, then it's like, well, don't go on the internet. Don't say your opinion, you know? That's just the way it's got to be. So yeah, let's go. The next one is from David Co 2503. Too much hate for Yuji. Once again, let's see how that was said. I finally enjoyed the MC showing balls instead of being the victim. Let's see. I don't hate Yuji, though I do see how the reaction and my tone would make that seem to be the case. Does that sentence make sense? I don't hate Yuji, though I do see how the reaction and my tone during the video would make that seem... No, that doesn't make sense. I do see how the reaction and my tone during the video would make it seem that way. I just, this is similar to the other response. I just don't think he has a chance at this stage against Sukuna. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say for that one. So, thank you, David Koo, for, I liked and hearted that one. And loading. Okay. What the fuck? Please don't say you deleted that response, you piece of shit. I'm going to open up the video in a new tab here. Oh, you piece of shit. Yeah, okay. This is becoming annoying. For some reason, it's not opening what it should. Let's see. Let's go here. Let's go comments. Not ones I haven't responded to, but all comments. Let's see. Did it save that response to David? I gotta find the one from David. No, for some reason it didn't. What the hell? Come on, man. It didn't save it that time for some stupid reason. Oh, alright, too much hate for UG. Alright, so I gotta retype that. Didn't I have a similar response up here? I just don't think you should show chance. Yeah, I'll just sorry about that. I did have an original response to that. I'm just gonna copy and paste because it's the same idea. I do not hate Yuji, but I can see how this reaction makes it seem like I do. I just don't think he should be throwing hands with Sukuna right now. Yeah, reply. Now save it this time. Okay. The like and stuff is still there and the heart, but alright. Let's see. Embrace Your Inner Top Hat 5734 says there's probably some sex joke that can be made to justify how strong Kenjaku's neck is, but I am too sleepy to make it right now. I am liking and hearting that one. I can't think of one either, but that's great. Yeah. I'm sure there is more than just one. For those of you who don't know, I think that this is not the first time I've had a controversial opinion, God forbid, when it comes to JJK. But I think that Kenjaku should have gotten his head rolled off his fucking body during the Yuki fight. There was a couple of instances where his head should have been fucking a soccer, like just a soccer ball fucking being bashed, off of his neck. But he's tended to survive it, so that's where the Kenjaku neck muscle jokes comes from. Let's see. From... let's see, who do we got? User PT9XHZBZ, sure. Okay, so some of these guys don't have the right... this is just in my studio, so I see the actual username, not your chosen handle. But let's see. Yay, Megumi. Well, that's straightforward. Indeed. Still fighting strong. Yeah, because he is. Alright, so that's just a normal comment. Still, like, alright, cool. I'm good with that. Let's see. So, next we have user ZM something said, y'all forget Yuji is still him. Yuji is still him. Oh, as in like Yuji's that guy. He's the Escanor. He's like he's just the man sort of idea. Is that what we're going with? I'll just put seems that way. Clocking Sukuna in the face after taking all that damage. I mean, that's all I can say to that. For Yuji is still him. Seems that way, clocking Sukuna in the face after taking all that damage. I mean, yeah, that's my response to that. I mean, damn. So we hearted... of course, we heart everything. Even the hate comments, we heart. The same user said, just Chozo talking about Yuji like a god demon after Shibuya and how he's getting OP with cursed energy manipulation while holding back says enough. Bro, I love that MC. That's fair. That's fair. He is a good MC. He is a good MC. And I like Yuji well enough. I am still wondering, because I am, if losing Sukuna had any drawbacks on his CE output, etc. There. So just chose talking about Yuji, blah, blah, blah. He is a good MC, and I like Yuji well enough. I'm still wondering if losing Sukuna had any drawbacks on his CE output, etc. So that's my response to that particular one. And let's see. The next one is from Ashiviki5338. Says, does this man not see how Yuji's walking like a freaking Chad with his whole body being cut? I did indeed. And then still having the energy to punch Sukuna in the face. 2. It was indeed impressive, because it was. And then still having the energy to punch Sukuna in the face too. It was indeed impressive. It was. I'm not denying that it was impressive. I think it's, as I said, but up until that point, going back to an original point, up until that point, we didn't know that Fushiguro was holding Sukuna back from literally. If you guys don't, I mean, we can take a poll or something, but does anybody believe that Sukuna cannot atomize a human body? That he can't Dr. Manhattan a human body? I mean, I do. Is there evidence that he can't? Like, you're telling me that he can't basically turn a human that close to him into mincemeat in one hit, in seconds? That he can't take a human body and just completely shred them to pieces? Because I do. I believe that. I don't know why that's such a hard concept to believe. So it was more about, and until we knew that till the last page, which was 2 pages later, until we found out that Fushiguro was holding him back, I was more sitting there like, how the fuck is Sukuna not doing that? It's not that I wasn't impressed with Yuji surviving it. I was more or less interested as to how Sukuna fucked it up, more so than anything. So, as I said, I should have just had a couple more words. I think none of this would have happened had I had just a couple more words of, yes, Yuji's fucking impressive. Yes, he's Wakatsuki from Kengan. Yes. It's so impressive that he's still fucking alive. I think it's ridiculous that he's still alive. But if I had a few more words of praise saying, damn, look at Yuji being cut up, getting fucked. What a Chad. Had I had a positive word after saying, holy fuck, Yuji's getting his ass kicked. How is he not dead? And then said, but what a Chad for doing it. Maybe none of this would have happened. I mean, because it's still a Chadly move, but it's also kind of brain dead at the same time. See, that's the thing. I don't want to be fake about that. I mean, it is impressive, but it's also like, dude, you have to run. You have to get out of here. So yeah. Let's see. Miscontent is the next one up. I will heart and like that one. Somehow I still have 13 likes on this video. I don't know how. One of my most hated videos. Sukuna's ideology is less survival of the fittest and more the strong can do whatever they want because they're strong. The weak just have to take it because they're weak. I mean, that's sort of still the same idea. The strong live and the weak die. The strong decide how the world goes as a result of they survive. So it's in a similar vein, but yeah, fair enough. Similar enough vein, I guess. It's still pretty awesome. And going back on what people said, Yuji is the man. I think Sukuna's the fucking man. Like, Sukuna's the one that's impressing me more so this chapter. And I think people, instead of taking away from this chapter that I'm super impressed by Sukuna, I'm not impressed by Yuji, instead of taking it that way. Like, I never heard nobody's praising Sukuna in this chapter for some reason. No one's going, holy fuck, look at Sukuna's badassery. You know, you can still be impressed by a villain's power, you know. So, similar enough vein, I guess, is still pretty awesome. That Sukuna is just that guy. I'll use what another commenter said. Sukuna is just that guy. So we'll respond there. Oh, Miss Cat, another one. It said, don't forget, Chozo used to live as a curse, but now is trying to live as a human. But Yuji doesn't know that. Does he really? Because that sort of thing sort of happened during the Yuki Kenjaku fight more than anything, but the likes Sukuna and Mahito choose to live as curses and inflict suffering. I mean, that is true. That's true. And a fair point. Yeah, I'm not going to argue that one. I just thought it was weird that he's... The way he shouted it seemed like he was implying like he's never seen a change, when it's like, well, you're sort of a half-breed yourself because you're born from Kenjaku and stuff, and that just makes things weird. And you've seen Chozo try and stuff like that, so it just was weird to me. We have Lemillion 7929 saying JJK is in fact better than Bleach. I will like and heart and say disagree completely. But you I don't want to say you do you. You are completely entitled to your opinion. There. Disagree completely, but you're completely entitled to your opinion. There we go. We'll like that. The next one is... Okay, we're getting through some of them. Some of them are a little longer, so I was skipping those ones for more the end. Just to see what people will be saying. KKHD646, as I said, this is all in YouTube Studio, guys, so it's the full name, not the name. Yuji hasn't gone full power a single time since Shibuya, not even against Yuta. I mean, alright, but once again, nobody complained when I put Yuji in B tier in the tier list. Are we saying that 15-finger Sukuna in Megumi's body is comparable at any level? I'll just say that is a fair point, but I still don't think that's anywhere near Sukuna's level either. Or just Sukuna's level. That is a fair point, because it is. I need to do my reread anyways, but Yuji hasn't gone all out. I don't know where that was said, but I'm sure they're right. I haven't done a reread. I don't remember every line. Yuji hasn't gone full power a single time since Shibuya. Not even against Yuta. Yuta was in Shibuya, wasn't it? So anyway, that is a fair point, but I still don't think that's anywhere near Sukuna's level, because I don't. I don't think Yuji, who everyone agrees is roughly a B tier fighter, maybe some people put him in low A or something. Is he S tier? No. Is Sukuna S tier? Yes. So, kind of, you know. And in Megumi's body, that's just even worse. Let's see. So the next one is... I'm going to have to take a little break here soon, guys. Get some more water or something. I will be back, though. Maybe we'll just open up the VC just in case anybody wants to jump in when I come back, and we'll finish off the comments. We'll still finish off the comments, but I'll open up the VC. That way, it's not finishing that off, then opening up the VC, then waiting to see if anybody jumps in. If anybody wants to jump in while I'm finishing off the comments, that's great. We can talk about the comments. We can mention anything anybody wants to talk about in regards to Jujutsu Kaisen. As I said, this is light and fluffy, guys. You know, we can get into debating and stuff like that, but clearly, I did like the chapter. People took the wrong opinions away from my reaction and think I didn't like it, even though in the reaction I did say that was a pretty good chapter. I said that before I ended it, so Is what it is. But yeah, we'll be back. Then I'll open up the VC and we'll see if anybody wants to hop their ass in. If not, no big deal. Just a casual Sunday stream. Might do a gaming stream a little later. We'll wait and see. But yeah, I'll be right back. And then we'll continue. Let's see. I think I still got the intermission stuff here to do. Yeah, cool. Nope, don't want that. That's the Valentine's Day thing. There we go. And we're back. We're back, people. If anybody's still left in the stream, that is. All right, let's open up that VRC, the VC. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Open that up and just try to see what I can get done there. Let's open that up and let's try my best here to. I gotta do the OBS Studio crap. OBS Discord overlay. Stream kit. Install for OBS. Voice widget. Mod. Yep. We're all good. So I'm gonna grab that, and we're gonna add that into this thing. I don't think I have. Do I have another browser thing in OBS? Yes. Yeah. It's okay. It's already there. Perfect. Excellent. Excelente. All right, so yeah, let's go back through. Let's continue through. Let's continue through this shit. The shit show that is my channel right now. The shit show that is my channel. You know what's funny? All these people coming out of nowhere that I've never seen before on my channel, responding to this, almost like they were waiting. Most of these users I have never seen comment, and you can actually check that now. They have never commented on a single one of my videos, and they are not subscribed to me. So they literally went in here. Either they've been watching and waiting for a video like this just to hate on me, which, seriously, get a better life. Seriously. Or they're choosing to watch these videos not subscribed, not anything like that. And, like, it's just kind of funny to me. Like, how does that work? I have no idea.
Well, you see, some
oh, hello, miss.
Hello. Hello.
What's going on?
Not much. I was playing Darksiders. I got to the first flying section, and I was like, wow, the drift on this joystick is actually kind of bad. I'm probably going to have to get a new controller soon.
Shit.
And I don't feel like spending like 2-hour puzzle segments between like giant animal and bug monster fights. I'm just going to download Darksiders 3 and play them in reverse order because that's chronological apparently.
Fuck. Actually, well, no, it's not really.
It's like the other games take place in between the opening segment of Darksiders
and
all the rest of the game.
Yeah, they all basically happen at the same time.
Right.
Like the beginning of Darksiders 1 and the ending of Darksiders 1, Darksiders 2 and 3 happen in between.
Right, yeah.
So, yeah. But Darksiders 3 you will love because
I've played it before. I just haven't played it in a very long time.
Oh, okay, because that's one of the few games, Lords of the Fallen and that, are the very Souls-esque games that I've played with the difficulty curve and stuff where you got to get good. And since I love the Darksiders series, I painstakingly went through it. Yeah, I got good at it.
Did you play it at launch? Because at some point they added some option that I'm using where it's just like, oh, you can just play it like the old Darksiders games.
No, I played it when it launched. I played it.
That's what I did, and then apparently they added that at some point after the fact. I think I remember playing it a bit. So
I don't know.
Don't know what the exact differences are. I think there may have been a stamina bar they got rid of for this mode, so it's more like the other ones, I guess.
Well, as you said, it's one of those things where you get good, you get noticed how to do the enemies, you get so used to their attack patterns and stuff, and that's all it is. Right. It's repetition to get good at Darksiders. Because I actually platinumed Darksiders 3. I did it on the hardest difficulty and everything. But by that point, I was so good at it that the hardest difficulty.
That's how it is with these sorts of games. There's a tough learning curve where the game is like, you are going to learn how to play the game. I'm going to beat you into learning how to play the game. And then when you do, it's fucking easy. I could on like a New Game Plus cycle, I can play through the entirety of Bloodborne in like 6 hours or something without any issues.
I get you. No, yeah,
Man,
like that's.
I hope the Lords of the Fallen is good. The art style looks so fucking cool. I would be so upset if it's bad. Well, or if it's just like shitty. If it's just really mediocre, I'll be so disappointed.
Yeah, did you play the original Lords of the Fallen?
No, I didn't, because it just sounds like it's a Dark Souls knockoff, and not nearly as good, so I was like, I don't care. So this new one looks interesting. I hope it's good.
I think someone who's used to the Souls styles might be able to enjoy Lords of the Fallen more than I originally did, because I actually, once I got good, even though I still wasn't that good, I didn't, like, Lords of the Fallen had some very fun areas. It had interesting enemies, character designs, that kind of shit. But overall, yeah, I wasn't. I think it was hard for me to appreciate any of that at the time because I was just getting so frustrated about repeating the same fucking area over and over and over and over.
Yeah, it seems that it's just it just doesn't do the formula as well. It's kind of a knockoff.
Yeah, so maybe that's like I thought Darksiders 3 did the formula extremely well. You know.
I like Darksiders 3, so I think it did it pretty well too. So.
Now, I will admit that's the one trophy I don't have. I've platinumed all the Darksiders games. I haven't done the aerial predator one for Darksiders 1 on the PS3 because of that fucking stupid bird section. I can't kill 160 enemies. I'm sorry. It's too hard. It's fucking brutal. But yeah, I only remember there being that one flying section.
Yeah, I can't remember if there was another one or not.
I don't think there is.
There there was like a gunner segment where you're like going along with the big fucking gun shooting everything, but
Yeah.
that's just land based.
Yeah.
I think that's the only thing they have again similar.
Yeah, I don't think after that, I don't think they have anything. But I really love the story of Darksiders. The voice acting, everything is just...
really... We got fucking Liam O'Brien.
Yeah.
That's the only one I recognize by name. And then we have other people that were cool.
Yeah, we really do. Yeah, because actually what I loved was, of course, you know, you've got... I mean, listening to Uke Taki fucking then be this fucking motherfucker, like... Angel of Death, serve me. You know, and it's like, holy fuck, is he sexy? Like, holy fuck. And then, and I love Samael. I love his voice acting.
I love Samael. I basically threw him into my D&D campaign. He exists there, pretty much.
Oh, that's awesome, because he's so cool. He's like, yeah, fuck the Destroyer. I love him.
He's a true lawful evil demon guy, or a devil.
Yeah.
Or he's just like, yeah, I'm evil, but like... My primary concern is being the most evil, and there are other people in my way of doing that, so could you, like, get rid of these people for me? Don't you fight him a little bit in Darksiders too?
In there's a moment where you basically, you know, spoiler warning, and not big spoiler, but you basically end up sort of jumping into certain different planes of existence in different spots in time. It's not really time. It's sort of time travel, but it's very specific, so it's not... You know,
you're going forward to different points.
Yeah, so it's just one of those things, and yeah, and you do get to fight him. He's tough as fuck, though. He is strong. But yeah, because that was the one thing I didn't care for Darksiders 2 was they then started doing a like a Blizzard style RPG or any game, Dragon Age, any BioWare, any game where you pick up equipment and your equipment gets better and you get stronger. I really preferred the Darksiders 1 style, which was much more Zelda Metroid style, which was you get more health bars and more techniques, but you don't, like, your strength doesn't go +5, you don't level up. It's not RPG.
You would really like the old God of War games.
Oh, I love God of War. God of War. See, I was more of a Prince of Persia guy because I love the acrobatics.
I thought you said you hadn't really played the games before.
Oh, no, I played I never beat one. I've never played one long enough to beat one. I did play the first God of War, never played 2 or 3, and...
You should. I would say 2 was probably the best of the old ones, but 3 is pretty close. 1 has some segments to it that were made to be antithetical to human life.
Oh.
Mostly towards the end of the game. Actually, I think almost all of them are Hades related, funnily enough, which I guess kind of makes sense, but like, goddamn, do they fucking suck.
Yeah, we do like our guy Hades.
Yeah, even if the God of War version of him is not very good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you get that in anything, interpretation and stuff.
It's the generic westernized, he's Satan version.
The whole, of course, we need, Anubis or Osiris needs to be fucking the devil, Beelzebub needs to be the devil, everybody's got to be the fucking dude with the horns. You know?
But it's fine because the design's still pretty cool, and he has like one of the best boss fights in the series, so he gets a pass.
Yeah. No, that's pretty fair.
Yeah. Anyway, did you respond to most of the comments already?
I've gotten through most of them. I can quickly go through some of them.
I saw you got to mine.
Oh yes, I did do yours, but I'll scroll through because I still got to respond to a few. They're more the longer ones. I was trying to get.
I see. Now the thing is. Generally speaking, I recommend against giving a lot of attention to negativity because for the most part, it's kind of what they want is the attention.
Yep.
And it's just kind of a waste of energy to go through all that. It's not productive. I mean, you can get a bit of a laugh out of it, I guess.
That's sort of why I'm doing the stream. Like, because
you get a bit of a laugh.
Yeah.
I won't lie. You already went over it, but there were a few parts when I was watching your reaction that made me cringe a little bit.
And that's fair. That's fair. As I said, I've already explained
you already
why.
Addressed them. I think they were the same things.
Yeah, and I mean, I will agree. Like, as I said, and I tried my best. That's why I watched my own reaction 3 or 4 times, just to make sure. I was like, okay, try to watch this as you don't know the intention behind what I'm saying. Right. And then I sort of saw it, and that's why in a lot of the comments I've said, I don't hate Yuji, but I do understand why watching that reaction, it does seem that way. That's on me. That's my fault. You know. Because all I was really complaining about was, as we've already said, is that Yuji cannot fight Sukuna right now.
Oh, he super can't. Because
No.
what's happening here is literally just Sukuna doesn't expect anything from him. So whenever Yuji actually does something, he's like, oh, And even then, he doesn't take him seriously. He's
right.
like humoring him right now. So.
That's right. So, yeah, so that was the big thing. And then, yeah, the comparisons, that's fine. See, and another thing I noticed is that because I was overtired, my tone was very off. I felt my tone was there for any jokes I was trying to make.
The jokes,
sarcasm.
instead of seeming lighthearted, seemed mildly condescending.
Yes, because I was the same tone, because I know my own voice pretty well by now, right? Because reviews and stuff. I was the same tone at the beginning as I was at the end. I never changed my tone no matter what.
I have that issue sometimes when it comes to sarcasm, but I think usually the way that I manage to fix it is I'm very monotone, so when I'm being sarcastic, I either get more high-pitched or I get even more monotone.
Yeah. Yeah, usually when you're sarcastic, I was about to say, your voice gets higher when you're sarcastic a lot, so you can easily recognize it. But yeah, when I watched it again, I was like, why is everyone so mad? And then I was like, yeah, that doesn't sound like a joke. I'm like, that's what it is. That doesn't sound like a joke and stuff. I mean, as I said, I stood by most, as I said, even though I entitled the stream, I'm sorry not, I will give an olive branch.
I'm a little sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to give that little bit of an olive branch. But also, as we talked about before, showmanship and exaggeration is part of a reaction. Me sitting here, just, Yuji did this, Sukuna did that and stuff. That's not what you want to see. You want that shit dialed up to 11 and for me to go double and triple down. That's the fun.
Why do you think I haven't been able to put any One Piece stuff up on the Patreon for like 2 months? The chapters have just been so bland.
Right, nothing, right.
It would just be me reading them and just nothing.
And also, I'm not going to lie to you, and I'll say it here on stream, because my One Piece review, which I still stand by, but not the last chapter, the chapter before, where I had the big red thumbs down and said, nah, Egghead ain't hitting, I'm not enjoying One Piece right now. That video it got some dislikes, but it got a lot more views. So I'm like, of course, people love negativity. So I sat down and said, so when I told myself, when I do my next couple ones, if I can pick on something, I'm going to pick on it. I'm going to double down on that and pick on it, because negativity seems to drive the views up. So it was sort of a tactic, and I'm going to tell you, it's the view count is doing very well on the video, even if it's a negative response. So I was sort of like, yeah, I don't know if I'm...
Why do you think so many new channels that are way smaller than me are getting way more views than I?
Oh yeah, because that's all it is.
The most clickbaity thumbnails and titles I've ever seen in my life.
Mm-hmm. So that's
it
what
was
we're
funny. When I was doing the Skyrim stream, Euler was like, "Oh, I'm gonna be trying a new style for your thumbnails."
Okay.
And he sent me a picture of a few of them, and because I was like in the middle of playing Skyrim, I just kind of like glossed over them, and I was like, "Okay, these look like fairly standard clickbaity thumbnails." So I'm like, sure, yeah, why not?" And then I go look at them after the stream, and he messaged me, "Just so you know, I was joking," and I was like, "Oh yeah, I totally knew that."
Yeah.
And then I looked more closely at them, and I was like, "Oh, these are terrible. What the fuck?
Right.
These are so bad."
Yeah. No, and that's what, but as you said, clickbaity thumbnails, that's what sells shit. Like I'm still gonna make that video because I made the One Piece thing. I'm still gonna make that video of Zoro confirmed future sight hockey, better observation than Katakuri. It's gonna be it's a gag video, it's a joke, but that's what power scalers and clickbaity titles do, because of that one line at the beginning of the chapter where he said in one translation, he goes, "I can't see a future where you guys will let us put the cuffs back on you." That's literally what he said, and I'm like, he can't see the future, meaning he was using future sight observation hockey. Oh my god, and just go nuts and just make a gag video out of it. It'll get views because
power scaler brain. It's so good.
It's so good. I mean, and see, that's the fun I was having also with Jujutsu Kaisen too. I was having a power scaling fun time. I was trying to be a little toxic, but it dialed that up to 11. As I said, there's a lot of reasons, but
that review was the closest I've gotten in a long time to like full-blown power scalar brain. I think even when I do power rankings, I'm not like full power scalar brain.
Yeah. Like, I still don't understand why everyone is sitting there like Yuji should be able to survive some of these hits. Like he right now, like as I already talked to in the chat about, like I would be okay if Yuji was like staggering, beaten, and bloody, like he just fought against the Fang and Kengan or some shit. I'd be good with that. But the fact that he looks like he's fine. He took a gut punch from Sukuna into multiple buildings, jumps up just to get cut up Senbon Zakura style, and he's acting like it's nothing. And I'm like, dude, you should be like concussed and half dead. Your brain should be mush. Like, show me that.
Man, that Shonen Rage boost is strong.
I guess so, but
yeah, I needed to verify this thing. Yeah, he did get blown through buildings before. That did happen. So remember the start of the Culling game with the dumb airplane hair shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got pushed through multiple buildings when that happened.
Oh, I know, and I
think fine.
Yeah, because someone mentioned that in my comments, and I said, oh yeah, I said I'm not, but see, I've always chalked it up to the fact that he's Sukuna's vessel. We don't really know, and I'm still standing by this. We have no fucking clue what being Sukuna's vessel did for any type of boost of any description, and we also don't know how he is right now. Is he the exact same, Sukuna or not? Is he the same? Can he use CE the same? Can his output be the same? Is his mana pool the same? Is anything the same? Is he physically as strong, or is he weaker in some regard? Like, I don't know. So I always just chalked it up to, oh, he's a Sukuna vessel, so he's got more durability now, or he's got, he can survive these blasts through buildings,
I talk about it in my review. It was something I've seen some people kind of bring up, is that Yuji's growth over the series is not necessarily him taking more power from Sukuna's fingers. The reason he has to take them in one by one instead of all at once is because his body has to build up a resistance to them.
That's fair.
And since the reason they're dangerous is because of the cursed energy imbued with them, that would mean that his body would have to start producing more cursed energy in order to suppress Sukuna.
And that's fair.
So that would mean that, even with Sukuna gone, the amount of cursed energy that he's producing should be pretty high from being able to suppress 15 fingers all the time, pretty much.
Yeah.
And then he's also now getting the rage boost. So.
Right. And that's fine as a good explanation as any. But my thing is, how do we know that Sukuna didn't take that cursed energy with him when he left? I'm not saying he did. I'm saying we don't know that.
I think it was just they don't make reference to him having taken it, and everyone produces their own cursed energy. Sukuna's cursed energy is his own. Yuji's is his own cursed energy. So even if Sukuna leaves and he didn't explicitly take all of it with him, Yuji should still have his own. And also, Yuji is the child of a sorcerer.
True.
Even if they weren't Kenjaku, they already had a curse technique, so they were a sorcerer. So that means Yuji would have been able to produce at least above average amounts of cursed energy anyway.
Yeah.
And then you factor in that they were also Kenjaku, so Yuji should be able to produce a lot.
That's also fair as well. I find that fair. I'm just sitting there like, okay, so he's got the cursed energy and all that stuff. And as I said, even if that's the case, I didn't deny that and say there's no way he's got it. My thing is, I would assume that regardless of a Wakatsuki level body, that seemingly Yuji has just normally, right? Like he's superhuman. Yeah. I'm still under the impression that 15-finger Sukuna can Dr. Manhattan atomize a human body with very little effort.
Yeah, he totally can.
Yeah, so the fact that he has smacked this guy down 2 or 3 times already, and Yuji isn't like literally in half, is I'm going, okay, a little what the fuck. Now, when we get the explanation at the end of the chapter, and it says Fushigoro's basically he's struggling, and he's holding him back, so he's still like fucking Yuji's day, but it's just enough to keep him reined in so he doesn't do that. I'm fine with that now. Now everything makes sense up to that point. But I wasn't about to, during a reaction, go all the way back. I did say at the end of the reaction, I said, oh, well, that explains all this now. Great. I didn't harp on it, But I wasn't about to go back and go through all my other points of 18 minutes and go, okay, so Yuji survived this because Fushiguro. Yuji survived that because Fushiguro. I'm like, I'm not going to do that. That's stupid, you know? We either watch the whole reaction and listen to every word or don't. Like...
Oh yeah, also, as some people have brought up, and then I brought up as well, Sukuna in Megumi's body should be physically, at least, a little weaker than he was when he was in Yuji's body. Because Megumi...
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so theoretically, his physical stats shouldn't be as high as they were before. And then also here, when he does like the little manji kick rip-off, he's like fucking around with it.
Yeah.
You see Sukuna here... He doesn't view Yuji as a threat by any stretch of the imagination.
Mm-hmm.
The implication of the chapter is he literally views him as a bug, so he's just playing around with him like a child.
Right, that's true. I don't think he was trying to kill him with that, you know, he's sort of like, piss off, you ant, you know, sort of idea. So that's fine. And, like, I have no problem, the fact that once Yuji did survive everything, and he smacked Sukuna in the face, I'm not going, how the fuck didn't he break his hand punching Sukuna in the face? It's like, no, he's still in Fushigoro's body. Yuji is physically stronger than Fushigoro.
And Sukuna is very clearly not that hurt by the punch.
No, not at all.
I was like, oh, there's a little bit of a scratch, I guess. He doesn't look phased at all. He's still in the middle of thinking about what's going on right now. He doesn't give a shit.
No, he doesn't seem to. So, like, as I said, my whole thing with this chapter was, like, I'm good with Yuji eventually doing Rage Mode, and if Rage Mode even had a 5% chance of winning, I would be here and I would have been hyping Yuji up. But right now, it's like, Yuji, seriously, Fushiguro, like you got kicked through the buildings, you could have quickly stolen away, Sukuna wouldn't have known, like, would just been like, I don't care. You could have went and found, like, you're gonna need help. We need to tag team this motherfucker. You know, so I'm sitting there just a little bit on a character perspective. It's fine that he's going Rage Mode, but I like to get behind characters. This is just my own personal preference, but I like to get behind characters when they're pushed too far and they dial it up to 11, they actually have a shot. You just got no chance. I don't care if hasn't gone all out since Shibuya and he's going to unlock all his cursed energy. 110% Yuji. It's honestly still not going to win.
That's what I find to be almost more exciting about it. Is I feel like that's what makes me want to root for him more. It's like he doesn't really have a chance. He's so out of his league and he's still trying.
Which is fair, and as I said, if we had just had him seemingly... The thing that pissed me off at the very beginning of the chapter, and this is where it all kind of started for me, was that Yuji got up after taking a Sukuna punch through multiple buildings, got up. He doesn't have Sukuna Vessel anymore. We don't, as I said, did that boost him at all, or was it just a nuisance? We don't know. But he gets up, and he acts like he's fine. Like where's all the, like, blood, and where's the, like, half-closed eye? Like, he's just been in a 12-match boxing round and stuff. Like, he should have looked and seemingly more banged up to me. I would have been behind this chapter more if it looks like, yeah, he's got no chance and he's beaten and bloody and Sukuna just ripped him a new one, but he's still standing up and going for it. I'd be more like, yeah, Yuji, like sort of a Rocky thing, you know? But for me, the fact that he's seemingly shrugging off these death blows like they're not doing anything to him was kind of like, for me, that's what took me out of the moment, I think. Because I'm still impressed by Yuji, you know, here in this fight, surviving this shit. Like, that's cool. But if we had gotten more of a reaction from him surviving, like, it's doing damage, he just doesn't care, I think that would have been, you know, like he gets his ear cut off and stuff like that, but he seemingly doesn't even flinch.
Fortunately, we're getting he's getting damaged and doesn't care towards the end of the chapter here.
Yeah, so before all that, before he went complete Rage Mode, I would have liked to see him huffing and puffing, you know? He seemingly got up like he was at 100% health while he stared up at Sukuna, and I'm like, Yuji, how are you not, like, your brain is over here, your legs is over there, like, how are you even standing? And then he seemingly has no damage, jumps up to fight Sukuna, and I'm just like, if I'd seen him just a little more, I don't know, that's just preference on my end, but, yeah, so we did go through a lot of the comments already. We went through, Fair Chance said, holy cow, no wonder I've been ignoring these, blind Yuji hate to the point of blaming the writing is ridiculous. I responded in kind, saying I don't hate Yuji, I can see how his reaction made it seem like I do. I just don't think should be throwing hands with Sukuna right now. Feel free to continue ignore any future content if you do not care for it. You know.
Your sub count hasn't dropped since the other day.
Actually, I only gained 2 subs since.
There you go.
So, well, see, these are people who have never commented. No, they're not subscribed, and they never comment. Like they were waiting for me to fuck up or something. I don't know. There's too much.
I think what it is just people look around for Jujutsu Kaisen reaction or review. They occasionally see yours pop up in the search results or something.
Must be. Well, I did get this one out very early, so that's probably why they gave the flux.
That was. Let me actually take a look. What do we have as views for this one? A 454. That's pretty damn good for one of yours.
Yeah.
Yours usually get around what, like. Well,
200.
The previous ones was in the 300s. Before that, yeah, you seem to usually get around the 200s.
200s.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, so it is doing well as a result of not only being out quick, it's a reaction. There's multitude of factors. But yeah, like so that first one, no wonder I've been ignoring these. I always found that funny. It's like, so that means that this person, if they've been purposely ignoring my content, it means that they watched my content before, did not like it, and then still chose to watch more of my content. Now, I don't know about you, Miss, but if I don't like a YouTuber, I just stop watching their content. I don't go back.
I usually, if I don't like a YouTuber, I just don't watch their stuff. Like when their stuff shows up in my recommendations, I click the little 3 dots and I say, "Don't recommend this channel."
Yeah, exactly. Right. Next one was Jesus Christ, this is hard to watch. Now, this is one where it's funny. We were talking about tone earlier. I was going to say something about, oh, you should go see an eye doctor sort of idea, sarcasm, but I know that would come off condescending through text, like, because it's hard to watch. Oh, get your eyes checked, you know? So I just said, sorry you feel that way. You know, I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah.
We had another one, Yuji tanked through buildings in chapter 161. We talked about that. He should not be down and done, and I said I find his durability in general a little nuts at times, but right here, we're pushed past that limit for me. You know, that's all.
Yeah. He is more damaged here than he was when that happened back in 160.
Yeah.
So like, actually, I think okay. So the way that one worked is with that one, he was basically getting pushed through multiple buildings, and it didn't do nearly as much damage to those buildings as when Yuji got punched through like one and then skidded through the top of another one here. And also, I think getting pushed by a consistent force is a bit different than one singular impact having enough force to do that. But then, Yuji's like way more fucking damaged here than he was in chapter 161. So I think it's still fine.
Yeah,
it still lines up well.
Yeah, and I mean, if people want to I'm okay with giving Yuji durability. It was impressive, and maybe, as I said, I guess I should have ended every sentence saying, Yuji, you cannot do this. It's still impressive you're trying. I guess I should have had a few more positive notes about Yuji trying going forward, but yeah, like, it's still impressive that he survived the Senbon Zakura cleave attack, or whatever it was.
I swear to fucking God, that should be the one that's called Dismantle. I don't understand why the one that's a singular cut is called Dismantle, and the one that cuts you up into a bunch of little pieces is called Cleave.
Right.
Is this a translation issue, or is Gege trying to do some kind of irony thing?
An irony. Yeah, I have no idea, but yeah, I agree. That's
As a form of protest, I will now give them the more fitting names.
There we go. He used Dismantle. He was trying to chop them up into little... You know what it reminded me of, actually? Not just Senbon Zakura attack, like when that happens. It also reminded me of when Zaiji tried to speak to the connector in Omega, and it just showed him being...
cut him up with the fucking fishing line?
Yeah, it showed him being, like, completely atomized into squares.
That fucking cubed.
Yeah, it sort of reminded me of the same idea, like, you just got fucked. So something like that. Let's see what else I did. I responded to... I only have a few more left to respond. They were just long ones.
The nice thing is, even if they're hate comments, that sort of interaction is really good for the algorithm.
Exactly. The more, it's just helping me out. That's why I'm responding to the two. And I heart everyone. I heart no matter what. I heart them all. Like, I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. I like and heart everything, man. This guy says, bro, if you're reading JJK just to compare it to Bleach, then just don't. And I said, I always see comparisons regardless what I read or watch to something else. Can't seem to help it. That being said, just because I make the comparisons does not necessarily mean I think it's a bad thing or that I think it's stealing or copying either. So, because I make comparisons to everything I read all the time, and it's just the way I do things. Sometimes it's over the top. This time maybe it was a little bit, but tough crowd on this one. Griever, this is actually not a bad one. Says, however, that reaction page from Yuji made me feel really sad for him and that kind of idea. The kid's scarred. And I said, yeah, everyone's entitled to their opinions. Tough crowd is what it is. But upon a reread, I did feel like when Yuji had that reaction shot, because I was like, because I complained about that works way better with an overtone, like an overture and an anime when you get the 3 separate shots with the same angle of a character. It works way better in anime for flow, and I didn't give it enough credit in the reaction, to be fair, but it's him basically being like despair turned to rage. He's finally in the anger stage of grief,
On the one hand, it's like, well, I guess Sukuna killed another person and I couldn't stop him, and also, oh, that was supposed to be our key to getting Gojo out.
Exactly. So there's a lot of that, which I did watch your reaction. I haven't watched your review yet, but I saw it was 33 minutes, so...
The reason it turned into that is because half of it is me talking about not the actual chapter.
Really? Oh, it sounds like one of my fucking things.
So what it was me talking about Yuji. A lot of it was me talking about post Shibuya, or what happened for Yuji post Shibuya in terms of power escalation for him. And then what else? I think a lot of it was just me talking about him generally as a character.
And that's fair. He's not a bad, as I said, I understand watching the video why people think I hate him. He's not one of my favorite MCs, but he's a good MC for the story,
You see, here's the thing. I don't know why I keep picking up this box of dice that I have here.
Because dice are fun to play with.
They are. I didn't fully appreciate Yuji until I did my reread. That reread I did fucking wonders for my enjoyment of the series.
Yeah, once I'm done Kengan, I got to get back on that because I'm gonna finish my Kengan reread. I'm on round 2, and then when I'm done that, I got to finish part 5 of JoJo's, and then I'm doing a JJK read before I read something else.
That's a good idea. That's a very good idea.
Just more so, not for chapters like this, but more so for the ones that I'm not understanding the cursed energy shit. I think a reread is gonna help.
It just gave me a general better comprehension of everything.
Yeah, and that's fair. Other comments, let's see. Too much hate for Yuji. I finally enjoyed the MC showing balls instead of being the victim. Once again, same idea. Don't hate Yuji. Just don't think he should be throwing hands. Let's see. Somebody mentioned there should be a sex joke to justify how strong Kenjaku's neck muscles are, but I can't think of one. And I'm like, yeah, there's got it. Yeah, because I remember bitching about those neck muscles be real, man. And it's like,
I mean, if it weren't for where it hit him, it probably would have ripped his fucking head off.
I still think his head should have been a soccer ball at that point, but what do I know? So that's kind of fun. Let's see. We actually had some positive ones. One person, yay, Megumi, and I was like, yeah, all right, cool. Chozo talking about Yuji about being a god demon after Shibuya, and he's holding back. He loves the MC, and I'm like, yeah, sure, that's fine. Same person said, y'all forget Yuji is still him, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, clocking Sukuna in the face is one way to get props. That's for damn sure.
I gotta ask you this.
Sure.
Out of, series in the same general generation as JJK, I'm not gonna say currently running series, because there are, classic series that are still running, like One Piece.
Yeah.
Do you think there are any MCs better than Yuji? Because I feel like there really aren't. I don't hear people talk about them. I don't read all of these series, but even for series that started around the same time, I don't think their MCs are better.
Well, it depends on how current you want to be.
I want to put it around. I guess you could go from 20. The way I put it is this gen for JJK, 2016 to 2020. If you want, you could take it from 2016 to now.
Okay.
Which even then is the big window.
I think there are 2 MCs that I easily like more that I think are around that era. I'm not sure. I'd have to check. But they would be Soma from Shokugeki no Soma and Meliodas from Seven Deadly Sins. Now, I'm not sure when those series started. They ended, only in the last few years.
Both already ended, so Yuji is the one that's still here.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so other than Luffy, as far as current running series go, because I do like Luffy more, I don't think so. See, that's the thing, too. It's like, Yuji might not be my favorite MC, but as far as currently running, it's hard to find anybody who would replace him in like a top 3 bracket right now, like that's currently running, or as you said, from the new gen. If we don't count One Piece and we don't count things like Dragon Ball Super, so you got Goku and Vegeta and shit, if we don't count those older series, then Yuji, I think, is easily got a spot in the top 3 of, even if we were to count like shoujo series that I'm into and stuff, Yuji's still fucking high up there because he's a very interesting character. He's been from bad to worse no matter what the fuck happens. Surprisingly, this is not my most hated moment from Yuji because I don't really hate this moment. It's a power scaling issue as far as I'm concerned, nothing else. My most hated moment is actually just a few chapters ago with the whole, he acted like...
that was such a fucking... I don't understand it. I don't understand. It's so bizarre.
And it's the moment, it's not actually that moment that I hate Yuji the most, because I blame the writing for that one. It's literally...
Then the next chapter, he's fucking chatting with her.
Yeah, he does a Nobara...
Fucking fake. Don't you do that.
Yeah, he's doing a Nobara moment with Angel literally the next chapter, when the whole comparison came out of nowhere from the previous chapter. So it's like, I didn't care for that. That's literally...
What is it, Yuji? Is it because she would be the girl in the shonen trio that you think she's the replacement or something?
Yeah, like, it was almost like, is that a little sexist or something? Like, what's going on here? Like, I have no idea, but No, I will say, Yuji, I can't think of anybody else. Like, I like him more than Asta. I don't really like Deku anyways. I'm trying to think of, like, the Jump series I read and stuff, and... Like, most of the MCC, I'm also a big person with... the MC is generally not my favorite character.
That's usually the case for me as well, which is why I was so surprised by how much Yuji's gone up in my personal character rankings. Like, when we did the tier list like a year ago or something on stream, I was fucking shocked. Actually, I don't think we streamed it. I think it was just a really long recording session. I was shocked by how much I liked him. Like, by how far up on the list he was. I think he was basically just outside of my top 3 or something. Who I put on like a higher tier than everyone else. I was like, holy fuck. How?
Well, yeah, I mean, he does have some really good character development moments. Like I praised him before in the stream, the trial moment, the Higurama moment. That was a great moment for Yuji.
Yeah, that was like his best post-Shibuya moment. Because that was building on his really good Shibuya character development.
Exactly, and that's also another thing. Like, not every series needs to do certain things, but this series does have character development as part of its thing for Yuji, and Yuji's character development journey has definitely been, it's been a little bit of tragedy, but it's added in, and sometimes I'm like, listen, I'm here to watch something funner, like, I don't want to see something sad all the time. But it doesn't mean that the writing's bad. It's actually quite good, and the character development of Yuji is definitely very impressive. Like, it's only been good. I've never thought, other than that one incident, we'll just forget about it. Out of there, nothing seemingly came out of left field. Nothing came out of nowhere. Everything that's happened has been completely within reason, and you know what I mean?
Yeah. The thing that's interesting about Yuji's character arc is he starts off as the plucky, young, highly optimistic shonen protagonist. He's very naive, and then all of his character development throughout the series is going, Yuji, you're very dumb and naive, and then him becoming increasingly more and more cynical as it goes on.
Yeah.
He's almost unrecognizable from the first chapter in terms of his general like demeanor and belief system. It's like I don't even know if he like wants to help people for the sake of helping people anymore. It just seems like he thinks that's his only purpose in existing anymore is to just kill princes.
Yeah, his thing, it's now he's turned it into his job. And actually, I'll be very interested if I still say we're in like final end game mode of the series and stuff, but if this were to continue past like these arcs, I would think it would be almost an interesting character moment for him to have a bit of an obsession. Maybe My Hero Academia done correctly, where he's just obsessed with saving and killing curses and stuff, and then that's a problem that the friend circle comes to him, and sort of says, "Hey, you're going too far. Like, you can't go at this pace all the time."
And that's why it sucks so much that the friend circle just seems to keep shrinking.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Something to be said for that, yeah.
Oh, man. So I've seen some people suggest that JJK is going to get some kind of, like, part 2 or something. And I never really considered it until I saw people bring it up. Because when Gege's like, oh yeah, I plan on ending the series this year, people are like... Or he plans on ending the story. And people are like, how? And it was a little before we got this. And then we were like, okay, maybe I can see it.
Yeah.
I don't know, because when Chainsaw Man Part 1 ended, that was just saying, oh yeah, we're reaching the end of the story, and we're like, okay, and then when it ended, we're like, yeah, this is the end of Part 1, Part 2 is going to start later, and we're like, okay, sure, like, this was a part of the story, and then we're going to start a new part of the story in like a year and a half. So, depending on how things go, I could maybe see that. I've never thought Jujutsu really needed that.
No.
But if something like really insane happens at the end of the Culling game, like, I don't know, some kind of apocalyptic event that just flips the world on its head, maybe then I could see it. But also, I'm pretty sure Gege wants to write some Idol series or something, so I don't know if Gege would even want to do a sequel.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's also a possibility that he's getting extremely I'm not going to say bored with the series, but I think he wants to wrap it up because he knows, basically he's got the ending lined out, he's got all the character things lined up, and he wants to get through it so he can move on to his next. There could be a level of he's just extremely excited about his next project, his next manga, and without losing focus or losing passion for this current one, so that the ending sucks. He's trying to speed up the pacing for this before that happens, and trying to get through it so it's still acceptable. You know what I mean? Like, as I said, I made that 1 year video about this, and between the tweets and the current pacing of the last 5 chapters and stuff, and what's been going down, it's entirely possible he rams an ending down our throat by the end of this year.
Like, feasibly, what is it? It's February. There could be like 40 more chapters this year. Depending on what happens in the next few chapters, I could conceive of it ending in the next 40 chapters, I guess. I could see it. I still think there's a lot that Gege can do.
He would miss out on a lot of capitalizing on a lot of moments and a lot of character things.
But if he's just like, yeah, but I'm like not really interested in doing that stuff, it's like, well, I mean, if you don't want to do it, you shouldn't be forced to, because then it just won't be very good.
That's right. There's something to be said for that. See, my biggest problem is you can clearly tell the shift. We spent all this time in these colonies, and as I said in that video, I know, controversial take, and this is coming from me, we didn't need to see the Sendai colony. It's not relevant. We love it, but we didn't need to see it. We could be told that Yuta decimated and off-screen and got 1 chapter out of it, or 1 panel or something like that, or a page to tell us that Yuta successfully got the Sendai colony done if Gege wanted to move on. But he spent, pacing-wise, it's not the best, because he spent all that extra time with Hikari, all the extra time with Yuta, all the extra time with Maki, all these colonies. And then Yuji and Fushiguro didn't even have a together fight. They had 2 separate fights. So all that stuff happened, and then boom, everything seemingly is happening all at once. And now all of a sudden, everything's like picking up tempo, like a madman. And it's like, So it's very jarring going from the pacing of spending 6-7 chapters with not the main character to then, all right, now we gotta hurry it up, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, not just that, I mean, fuck, we went like, well, I guess it was like 6 or 7, because we had that little intermission before the Tengen stuff.
Yeah.
So I guess, but then they didn't really do much during that time. It was just kind of checking back in on them.
Yep. It was just the quick check back in before.
It was important because we did go like a year without seeing the main characters.
Which a lot of the time, that's why they don't. That's why Oda stays away from doing that a lot of the time with Luffy and stuff. Like people actually complained during the Odin flashback to Oda.
Yeah.
Even though the Odin flashback in general is now very much loved by the community, it gave us a lot of crazy shit. People were like, "We need Luffy." The editors kept pushing him.
It's the issue with having a really big auxiliary cast is that it's really easy to lose focus on the main character. I mean, Christ. In 1,000 Year Blood War, they went like 2 years without Ichigo fighting anyone or something?
Yep. And people criticize that, but it's like we have other great characters to follow here. You know, it's an army versus an army. This isn't a duel, a 1v1. That's actually something that I really liked about with my reread of Kengan is that Oma's the main character, but we focus heavily on a lot of other characters.
Right.
Like
it's a 32-man tournament. There's a lot of people that are doing stuff. That's why people say like Cosmo and Wakatsuki are the other main characters.
They kind of are. Yeah, they're there. Like I would argue that the Cure Clan comes out of nowhere as this got their hands in a lot of pots. It's the because not only do we have a fighter in this, we're also hired by the secret first son and stuff, and they're trying to kill him with the sniper rifle, and then also he's the original fighter for Matsudo and all this stuff. Like they're all over the place with that, and it's like, where did these fucking guys come from? So but that was handled extremely well, and what I like is upon rereading, every fight isn't about Oma. Like we're not like every fight. Like I don't think we saw a reaction shot from him during the entire Mutaba fight. The entire.
Oh, it was great because he went and took a nap after his fight in the first round.
Yeah, and so then
we're just focusing on everybody else.
Yeah, and so we're still getting reactions from the crowd, but they're from other characters. Okubo commenting on what Seki's doing, or fucking some other character, Wakatsuki. Like noting how Kano's fighting and stuff like that. Like it's not always the main character needs to have something to say during everybody else's fight. So that I think that's handled really well. But it doesn't work for every series, but it worked for that one.
Right.
But let's check a few more here. The comparison.
I don't know what it is, but the chat is not showing up for me here on desktop. Oh well, I'll just have to read them through the screen. Have you gotten a new chat message?
No, actually, I don't know. Is the chat dead or something?
Oh, that would maybe explain it. Unless chat died or something, I don't know.
I'll type something. Chat died. This is so sad. Let's see if that.
I don't know if there have been any new messages since I joined in.
Yeah, I haven't noticed any in a while, so.
Oh, I see your message, so I don't know. It's just not showing the old messages.
Yeah. I guess no one's messaged for a while. I think I can certainly clear out a stream, I guess. But yeah, so let's see what else.
People in here, though. Hello, you 5 people.
Yeah,
there's one of them is presumably me.
Yeah, there's still some people here. What else we got here? Yay, Megami, blah, blah, blah. I think we reached your comment. Sukuna's ideology, less survival of the fittest, more strong, can do whatever they want because they're strong.
I forget where I saw that before. I feel like I remember a specific character who had a very similar ideology of just this. It's not like the weak exist to be crushed. It's just if you want to be able to do anything, you need to be stronger.
Yeah, there's probably quite a few characters like that when you think about it, but yeah. I mean, but either way, yeah, similar vein. Still thought it was pretty cool. I was like, yeah, Sukuna. See, I was very impressed. One thing nobody's talked about is that I am loving Sukuna's badassery in this chapter.
Oh, anytime Sukuna shows up, it's great. Gege knows to deploy him once, like every 100 chapters or something.
Yeah, somebody mentioned, did this man not see how Yuji's walking like a freaking Chad with his whole body being cut? As I said before, I think he should have been atomized, but then we find out why he's not. And I just said to that, I said, yeah, well, and he still had the energy to punch Sukuna in the face, too. I mean, it was impressive. And I'm not going to deny it was impressive that he didn't die there.
I haven't checked the official scan. I only ever check the Viz release just for the higher scan quality, because The actual translation's almost always worse.
That's
You
fair.
see how much better this looks with like the cleaned up scans.
It's probably a good idea. Your other comment was, of course, Chozo chose to live as a curse, and
Yeah,
as
that was something because when Yuji says like these guys are and always will be curses, that's a callback to the Junpei arc where he has that realization when he asks Sukuna to heal Junpei, and Sukuna's just like, nah, I don't feel like it.
Right.
And then him and Mahito laugh at him. That's when he realizes, yeah, these guys are curses. There's no appealing to the humanity of these guys. They're
'Cause they're
fucking
curses.
evil spirits. They
Yeah.
subsist off of being evil.
Right.
But the difference is Sukuna used to be a human sorcerer and then turned himself into cursed objects. So he's not actually a cursed spirit. He
Right.
just chooses to be the worst.
Right. That's fair. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, but I thought, in general, I thought he was referring to all curses, like paint them all with the same brush, and I'm like, well, Chozo, man, he's trying.
Chozo is he's technically not, and
That's
you
true.
know, you've now died as a curse.
Yes.
Live on as a human.
But we don't know. We know that.
Yuji doesn't. I don't know what
That's fair.
Yuji considers Chozo to be.
Yeah, I have no idea. But anyways, yeah, fair. It was a fair point. Yeah, so it is what it is there. Let's see. Somebody said JJK is in fact better than Bleach, and I said disagree completely, but you're entitled to your opinion.
Depends on what. Probably whichever one you read first, in all honesty. I mean, I read Bleach after. I personally rank Bleach, or I personally rank JJK higher. Like, I like it more as a series, but it's really, really hard for me to compare the quality of a just over 200 chapter series to a just under 700 chapter series.
Yep. There's a lot there, and so I mean, it is what it is, but and as I said, I disagree, but everyone's entitled to their opinion. That's fine. Yuji hasn't gone full power a single time since Shibuya, not even against Yuta.
Now, I agree with that. The issue with some of the people saying that, though, is what I feel is an implication, is that, oh yeah, Yuji hasn't gone all out. If he does, he's like top 15 or something.
Yeah.
No, you're fucking out of your mind. The way I put it, I didn't articulate it the best, because, I was kind of sick yesterday.
Yeah.
But, is that, for his fight with Yuji was mostly running away and was not, like, really seriously fighting him. So he could have given Yuta probably quite a bit more trouble. But if both of them were going all out, it would be a fucking joke.
Yeah, it would be. So that's why I just said to that, that's a fair point, but I still don't think that's anywhere near Sukuna's level regardless.
Right, yeah. He's
So,
like...
Shit.
Hold on, let me look at where I put Yuji on the list.
Alrighty.
Let's
BD
see.
Manga did say how sad. Yeah, so people are in here watching, just nobody got anything to say.
Yeah.
No one has anything to fucking say.
Oh fuck, I never filled this one out. This is the one I just did with the top 15. Son of a bitch.
Yeah. Alright, you look for it, because I think I'm getting a phone call right now, so I'll be right back.
Alright, let me have a look.
At least it's buzzing like it is. What the fuck? Hello? Yep, okay. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, I'll be right back, ladies and gents.
Cool. Yeah, so I have Yuji, like, just below the lower tier of Sendai characters. So he's like, what? Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He's not even... He's just outside top 20. Which is, like, great. But that's not the level at which you give 15 Finger Sukuna a fight. That is not that level. It's not fucking happening. So, like, oh man, people saying, oh yeah, you know, fucking, he was able to grab onto, Sukuna, which Jogo couldn't use. Clearly, he's faster than Jogo and stronger than Jogo. He can beat Jogo. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you dumb? He's still like a whole tier beneath Jogo.
Okay, what are we talking about?
Yeah, I found where I rank Yuji. I put him below, like, right below any of the Sendai Colony members.
Okay.
Which still puts him below any of the Disaster Spirits, below Chozo, below Gurayume, below any of the really disgusting special grades.
That's fair.
So, like, he's about as strong as characters get before they get to the really strong tier.
Yeah. Yeah, like, once again, I put him in B tier, I recall, and that's a fine ranking.
With this chapter, I put him up a little higher. I put him like up to the upper echelon of your B tier. Your standard for B tier.
Well, there you go.
Which for me would be like an A tier, I guess, because I do like an explicit S+.
Sure, but even I said, even if you want to be him the gatekeeper to A tier, or be on low A tier, he's still not Sukuna.
And like, I guess in terms of physical stats, pure physical stats, he beats out most of these characters. Sure. But the thing is, that's basically all he has, is the physical stats. So in a pure physical fight, maybe even against this Sukuna, yeah, he can not die for a bit.
Sure.
But then Sukuna just has to pull out his curse techniques, and then it's over.
So yeah, it's one of those. It's not. Remember, this isn't. To use another comparison, this isn't Kengan. This isn't who's the best fighter. This is literally, there's so many other factors involved with this. It's not that simple.
Now, I don't think you caught it initially. I didn't catch it initially. Some people brought it up. It looked like Yuji actually reacted to cleave there. I think that was supposed to hurt him way more than it did, and it looked like he leaned back.
Really?
To avoid it, like, cutting him in half.
I did not catch that, if that's the case.
Which is like, damn, his reaction time is like kind of.
Yeah,
incredible.
I'll give that to him. Like, yeah, as a physical fighter, he's way up there. You know.
The Yuji needs a few things before I'm like, yeah, he can get up there really. Well, I mean, like, honest to God, his physical stats are almost about as good as anyone's can get. So it's just the other stuff he needs to work on. Mm-hmm. He needs domain counters.
Yes, he needs domain.
That's largely it. He needs domain counters, which he should be able to learn. And his big power-up, because even if he's really strong physically, he's still lacking in destructive power when it comes to a lot of the characters above him.
Sure.
Is it seems like something they were building up to, that they have been building up to, is that Yuji's probably going to be the first person to ever be able to do Black Flash at will. Which just means any time that he fucking hits someone, it is just going to be so absurdly powerful that it, like, blows holes in them. That will be what he needs to achieve before I can be like, yes, Yuji, you can't beat 15 Fingers Sukuna. You can fight him a bit.
Right. So, yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking about the other time. Yeah, when he initially gets the bing, yeah, he clearly goes down on his knee and throws his back back.
Yeah, so it's like, wow, that's fucking nuts.
I take that more so similar to like pre-initiative. Like the intent, he could feel an attack was coming, wasn't sure. That's why he still got cut. He couldn't see it. He he like his spidey sense was tingling. He went, fuck.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I took it as. But yeah, he definitely reacted. I didn't mention it, but he did react. Yeah.
So like Yuji, in terms of physicals, he's pretty much up about as high as you can get outside of like I don't know, Mechamaru Absolute Mode, like the giant mech thing.
Right.
And that's pure physical. That's making a fucking mech suit. Like who else beats him in like pure physicals? Not really anyone, I don't think. Like there are characters that are faster than him. That's about it when it comes to physical stats.
Yeah, I mean,
is seriously lacking in
other
powers.
I mean, you can make an argument that Toto would still give him a hard time, like even if he's
Toto
stronger.
would still give him a fight.
Yuta the same idea because Yuta has, as we've seen, has can literally like he's speedier seemingly and blow for blow sort of idea. But as I said, he didn't go all out, so we don't know.
Yeah, well, I think it's like Yuji's base physical abilities are higher, so
right.
He doesn't need to do as much.
Right, that's true too.
But then when you get into characters like Yuta, it's like Yuta has a domain expansion and then however many curse techniques he wants, and he has Rika. So
yeah, and then you get fucked, yeah. So that's what's stopping him, but you're right. What he needs is some type of anti-domain ability.
Right.
Or, like I like how Maki has a workaround for that. That's kind of cool.
Which is domains can't contain her. They
right,
don't
yeah. So
her as a person. So
yeah.
the person casting the domain would specifically have to target her.
Exactly.
And if they don't know they have to do that, then they're not going to.
They're not going to. So, yeah. There are interesting, like, I don't want him to just learn, like, Wicker Basket or anything. Yeah, I don't want him to...
If we're going to build off reaction time, simple domains got applications, as we've seen from, like, Miwa's usage of it, and that you can do, like, the instant reaction counter to things.
Sure.
And we know, well, it's mostly sword fighting based, as we've seen from her and Kusakabe. But I imagine there's still some applications you could use for it, because you don't need a technique to use the new Shadow style. You just need to be able to use cursed energy.
That's right. So, yeah, so it would be interesting. Brown Dio said, how sad the Yuji fans found Griever's number. No, actually, that was just, I don't have to go to work tomorrow. I'm going to work on Tuesday, so.
It went across his chest, then he only gets sliced on the shoulder, so he dodged last minute. Yeah, because the way I see it is the way, like, he's running forward, so he's leaning forward. The first thing it would hit is his shoulder. So either he could tell it was coming in some manner, or if you want to get really ridiculous with it, is that it started to cut into him, and he noticed it, and then, like, leaned back.
Right.
I don't know which one you would consider more impressive in that case.
They're both impressive.
Yeah, so it's like either way, he can react to cleave, which is nuts.
That's right. That is nuts, actually. So let's see. We got a few more comments. Oh, we already responded to all the comments I already did. So we got a few more to get through. Yuji just from Enclave8310 says Yuji just built different. I mean,
that is his gimmick.
That is his gimmick, but you know what I find funny about that is that that's what characters say when they can't when power scalers do that all the time, or casual fans I notice when they're like, all right, this should work. It's Escanor, it's Buggy D Clown, it's this. He just built that different, and it's like,
this would work on anyone else, but just he's him. He's that guy.
Yeah, so I mean, I find that fun and funny, but as an argument, it doesn't really work. But okay, I mean, yeah, fine, dandy. But that is in universe. That is his gimmick. That he's literally
in universe. It seems you were literally born and bred to function differently from a normal human being. It's like, I'll give it to you in this specific situation.
Right. And it continues in brackets. You have the worst takes ever. This is so sad.
That's only sometimes true, but everyone has bad takes.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say I guess he is, and I am sorry you feel that way. You kill him with kindness or whatever they call it. I mean, I don't know what to. I like to respond to everyone, but
the best response is to just give kind of a non-response that they don't really get anything out of, because then it's like, what the fuck is there to work with?
Exactly. So that's why I'm just doing it. That's why I'm doing it on stream. I find it funny. We can talk about it, but I mean, it's the end of the day. And somebody responded to that same comment and said it was unoriginal and unfunny. Now this This is gonna be an ironic fucking comment.
Unoriginal and unfunny. He comments on my stuff all the time.
Oh, okay. Said,
He's usually alright.
let's see. Oh God, thank you. Well, I don't know what a deity has to do with this, but all right. Oh God, thank you. I've only seen a few of his videos, and I've always hated his takes. All right. Click this thinking it'd be different. Thank you for saving me from wasting my time.
Well.
Okay, so you didn't actually watch the video. Yeah, okay. So I'll say what the same thing I said to other people is. Expecting if you've watched my content and you don't like my voice, you don't like my, my face, you don't like, the things I say, I urge you not to watch it. I don't watch any YouTuber myself that I don't personally like, so I urge you not to watch it. You are feel free to comment and say, I'm not going to watch your content anymore. Okay, sorry you feel that way, and we move on. So I guess Unoriginal and Unfunny tried to give me a second chance. Didn't bother to watch the video and just looked at the comments and assumed he would hate it. He probably would, but it is what it is. So I will respond to that, saying, once again, sorry you hate all my takes. Better luck with the next YouTuber. With the next yes man. I don't know. So yeah, we'll respond to that one. What else we got here? Is there more? Oh yeah, there's a few more. I left the long ones for the end, but I don't think it's gonna be like. This is why I'm doing the stream. I'm not going to write a paragraph to each point. It's mostly just reading them, so I am acknowledging them. But like usually, I get this on my Yona the Dawn reviews. I get people writing like whole, not essays, but like paragraphs of a comment breaking down the chapter, how they felt about things, and I always feel bad for basically being like, yeah, okay, well thanks, you know what I mean? I always try to respond to each sentence or each theory or each thing, give them, they're given the time of day to watch my video, I'll give them the time of day to respond when I have the time, without so much as a thumbs, without just the simple response. So I try my best, and in this way there's so much hate and stuff, instead of going deep into that, it's just easier to, I am acknowledging, I am responding, but, doing it this way instead for once, because it's all just mostly downhill. I think I got like 5 comments that weren't about that. Samuel58 says, Chapter 143, Yuta says Yuji was holding back when they fought. Okay. I'm sure he did. Also, the sudden spike in power in Yuji, is there a sudden spike in power? Okay. Is due to the power system of cursed energy. Negative emotions is needed, and currently Yuji is filled with a lot of negative emotions. I'm good with the rage boost. I just don't think the rage boost counts for enough. So, that's fair. Also in Chapter 1, we see... wait, I lost my spot. Also in Chapter 1, we see Yuji jump into the school building without CE.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess, like, if you want to establish Yuji's, like, absolute base physicals is, without using cursed energy, he can leap 3 stories, then... I mean, I guess.
But I don't think I complained about that much. I complained about the fact that after taking the hit through the buildings, he could walk at all. I didn't care about the jump. That didn't bother me, but okay. Yuji has always been strong. That's fair. And it has nothing to do with plot convenience. Well... Actually, considering the end of the chapter literally said Fushigoro's holding Sukuna back, I mean, that's the only reason Yuji ain't dead, man. I mean, I'm not saying it's necessarily bad, but that is technically what plot is doing. Gojo in Chapter 11 puts Yuji in the same category as Yuta and Hikari. As in, one day will surpass him, I believe is what he said, but I don't think...
That is what he said. So, in his mind, theoretically, those 3 have similar potential to each other.
Right, but potential does not mean that they're as strong right now. And Yuji has not become as strong as Hikari or Yuta as of right now. That rage boost is not he's not gonna win a fight with those 2. So, I'm good. As I said, end of series Yuji doing this shit, I'm here for it. But right now,
I guess it's just a question of how close are we to the end of the series.
well, yeah, now at this point, yeah. Let's see. Yuji's strength and growth has always been and is still 15 fingers. So
I
are
don't
we?
know exactly what that means.
Yeah, like, are we implying that having 15 fingers of Sukuna did absolutely nothing for Yuji, and now all of a sudden, without the 15 fingers Sukuna, Yuji's just as strong and just as powerful in every way? Like, then what did the... Not, that's sort of weird to me.
Yeah.
I
No,
like
the way
your
I think
theory
it
with
works is that he didn't get more power from them, but consuming them made him get stronger. Like, it forced his
Yeah.
body to become stronger.
Right, and I'm good with that. I like that theory. Because I don't want to believe, like, even if it's just about the characters, I don't want to believe that Yuji consuming these fingers and having access, you know, and going through the training and stuff, now that he's figured out about this world and all these things happen, and he's choked down all these fingers, I don't like to believe that never mattered at all. That Yuji's power and everything, it was all irrelevant. Yuji would be able to do everything the same without ever meeting Sukuna in his life. I don't see that that would bother me from a storytelling perspective. If it was never relevant that he had 15 fingers or not, you know? So,
Right.
as I said, I'm good with, as you said, he now has way more control and access to a bigger pool of cursed energy because his body had to contain 15 fingers for this long. I'm good with that because that shows an exponential boost in his cursed energy he wouldn't otherwise have had up to this point, but still it's his own power. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I'm really good with that.
Yeah, that works.
When Sukuna punched Yuji last time, there wasn't a hole and he didn't need to heal. I don't know if you've ever been punched in the gut, but...
It
trust
hurts.
me, it doesn't need to be right through my back to say that I've seen guys, I've been in bars where guys have been knocked out with one hit to the gut, man. They go down, they crumble on the floor and hold their gut in pain. So, and we're assuming that Sukuna's punch, which launched him through buildings, did, like, durability be damn, man. Holy fuck. He got blast cord. You know, and yeah. So I'm not saying he needed to heal. I'm saying he damaged, man. He broke some ribs. There's some organ failing going on. If you notice in one of the panels, Yuji's finger is shown to haven't been healed yet. So he hasn't been healed and he's doing all this. Therein lies my problem. So it's the finger that Sukuna ripped off. Oh, yeah. Sukuna, yeah, I don't know. I don't remember saying anything about that. But yeah, we all know that he didn't heal his finger back.
Yeah, I did see some people suggesting that Yuji may have figured out how to heal himself because there is no injury on his back, but there's still like a hole there. I am pretty sure, like, just still the impact of that punch would have, like, blown a hole out through his fucking jacket. Like, and then, you know, he went through the building, like, back first, so.
Right. I think I'm going to respond to this one with simply, some of the things are some of your points, I guess. Some of your points are valid, and some I find to be a bit of a stretch in regards to feats and what characters have said. There. Very straightforward and simple. I read it, you know, if you don't watch the stream, I'm sorry, you know. Now, Brown Dio said, seems like you're reading JJK at this point just to rope in Bleach. No, I'm not doing that. Also, Yuji's feats right now come from the fact that Kenjaku gave birth to him for a reason. I did mention that, and in a very bad way. It's a very, kind of way. Kenjaku decided to, not exactly the way I'd want to find out how I was born. Gave birth to him for a reason, which is why he was combative. But wasn't he just... Haven't we learned from Kenjaku that his whole character is he just wants to see what happens? He's just fucking around. He wanted to see what happened with the death painting wombs, so that's why they exist. He wanted to see what happened with Yuji. That's why he exists. Like, he's not making some... Yuji's not the mastermind plan of all the culmination of all his plans coming together in one form. It's just literally, I'll try it this way, see what happens. So it could have been a dud for all he knew. It's not, clearly, but I think it could be a dud. It could have been, that's my point. which is why he was a compatible vessel to begin with. I mean, that makes sense. And why Sukuna is acknowledging him right now. Did he really acknowledge him in this chapter? I don't... Did he miss? I don't remember.
The extent of him was being like, where did this strength come from? When he, like, the initial clash happened, he was like, since when can you do this? And then you have, after that, which is just when he's trying to cut him up with Dismantle, and which he's just like, why is he so durable? And then you find out it's less his durability and more just Megumi is restraining him.
Right. So he you can argue he acknowledged him for all of 5 seconds before he's like, no, my output ain't good enough. You know, so, I mean, sure, if you want to look at it that way, that's fine. Not going to fight on that one. Mahito did the same. Even Gojo has understood Yuji's potential. There it is once again. Yuji's potential has been stated since, as they said, Chapter 11. It doesn't mean he's realized it yet by Chapter 214, and I'm going to argue he has not. So, till I'm blue in the face, I'll acknowledge that. Potential means nothing. Gohan, at the beginning of the Saiyan saga, had the potential to go Super Saiyan 2. No, he didn't. He eventually can reach that point, but he was never, even if everyone died in front of him, Baby Gohan wasn't going Super Saiyan 2. Just because his character later can have the potential to do that, doesn't mean they have full access. It doesn't work like, I think, Misk, you can correct me, doesn't Gon work that way? Like with Nen, he can sacrifice all the power he's going to have to use it right at that instant, all his potential power?
Basically, the way that works there is... spoilers for Chimera Ant arc.
Okay.
Gon goes, I literally do not care what happens to me anymore. I want to use all of the power I will ever have right now.
So that would be the idea that when people keep talking about Yuji's potential, that's basically what you guys are implying, and I think you're wrong. Okay, that's the way I'm reading it anyways. If that's not what your intention, but... his potential in this fight and in this chapter is completely irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. Because he's not going to maximize his potential. He's not going to be stronger than Gojo next chapter. It just ain't happening. So his potential means, and that statement is completely irrelevant right now, I think. I don't know if that's a little harsh, but that's the way I'm saying it. Because Yuta also has the capacity to surpass Gojo. Has Yuta realized that potential yet? I would argue he hasn't. So, that statement applies to more than just him, and I don't think potential matters in the middle of a fight. That's like saying, okay, I will be able to beat up that guy that's punched me in the face right now when I have my potential is to work out for 2 years in a gym and then be able to kick his ass. I'm sure you can. With all that potential, sure. Yeah, I've got an able body. And then Brandio goes on to say, everything is pretty much there. Okay, not understanding Yuji's power-up. I wasn't complaining about any power. I don't really think he got a power-up, really. At least not the way... And I'm not misunderstanding his power, I don't think. With Kenjaku's established planning and complaining, yet being fine with Maki's sudden power-up thanks to a random twin situation only revealed last minute, seems hypocritical. Miss, thoughts on the Maki thing?
I haven't cared about the Maki thing since it happened. I don't give a shit.
Well,
I don't have the energy for that.
All right. I mean, I think, are they bringing up like not the sumo thing, but literally my sacrificing yourself?
The heavenly restriction power of it. Is it just like, oh yeah, here?
But that's been established since like chapter 1 that heavenly restriction is a thing.
Well, not since like chapter 1. The heavenly restriction got established.
Well, Mekamaru.
And then you had Toji's one. What I think he's specifically referring to is the idea that Mai makes it so that her heavenly restriction is incomplete. So then when Mai dies, but I think it's a little more than just Mai dies, based on the interaction that they have when that's going on.
Oh, okay. I mean, the way I look at it is, You can argue that's a bullshit power-up, sure, but at the end of the day, it's still the sacrifice of an entire character to give another character a power boost. And even if people don't like
I don't think power-ups are total bullshit when an established character has to die for it.
Yeah.
It's a character that's important to the character who's getting the power-up.
Yeah.
And then the character who gets the power-up has, some character development. They undergo some personal struggles because of that. I really don't have an issue with it.
No, I don't have any issue with it either. I have no issue, but I think this is all boiling down to the fact that it's seeming like I'm complaining about Yuji's power-up. Yuji doesn't have... I mean, he's got a rage power-up, but that's not what I care about. It's still not going to beat Sukuna. It was more about, the other part, so I don't really see the comparison, but it is what it is. We'll respond to Dio. I think Dio's in the chat anyways, or was. Seems like you're reading to rope in Bleach. If it comes off that way, I apologize, because I do. I read JJK for JJK. I see comparisons to it with many, many manga that I've ever read. Most shonens that I've read. I see One Piece comparisons and everything else. Doesn't mean it's a bad thing. But if it comes off that way, I apologize. I don't have a problem with Yuji's rage mode. More so his survivability. How's that? Ability currently. And for some reason I can't type for shit. You'd have a field day with this, miss. God, I'm not typing anything correctly.
I hate when I'm trying to send a message in a conversation and I just keep writing typos. I have to keep going back and I just keep fucking shit up.
Yep.
Usually it's in the middle of like an actual ongoing conversation and it's just like, come on.
Damn. I can't seem to... I don't know how to type this word, so fuck it. And it's not giving me the right thing. I don't have a problem with rage mode. More so his, I guess, durability? His... durability. That's not really... It's more surviving all this shit right now, but...
it's his survivability. It's his,
Right. Like, I tried to type survivability like 6 times. 6 ways I know how to spell it. They're all apparently wrong, so...
Theo's typing in the Discord server. Would you like me to give him the role to get into VC?
Oh, if he wants to, yeah, he can jump in.
I'll give him the mod role. I'll get him in here.
Actually, he actually commented here saying, I would say not the fingers, but a combo of Toto's training / awakening through Black Flash and whatever Kenjaku did has caused Yuji's growth. Yeah, Yuji's had growth. I'm not denying his growth. It's just that...
What do I have that lets me in here? Okay,
BD Manga says, oh no, I forgot I commented. Yeah, well, we read it. It's fine. The series is stated by Gege to end in a year, so if that potential is going to come out anytime, now makes sense. Now would be kind of bullshit. You're going to jump him from B tier to S plus tier. Why? Like, that's a little crazy. As I said, that's like using a Dragon Ball Z comparison, because comparison apparently is all I can do and everybody hates it, but that's literally like Goku going Super Saiyan against Raditz. It's too big a jump at the time for me.
There he is.
Hey, Dio. And finally, he said, unlocking your potential does express Gojo. Leveling up like so on a fair assessment, especially since Kenjaku birth Yuji and Gojo probably saw something special in his body.
This is breaking the fourth wall. You're typing while I'm in NBC.
Yep.
It's probably a little weird.
Yep, it's all of it. It's a little bit of everything. We're typing.
Right. Fuck that guy because you're wrong. Make sure you type.
Be sure to be racist.
Yep. That's why we do this. That's why we do this.
For the my thing, I didn't mean the power up. I just meant more so the timing. That it was revealed and then people had to go back. As opposed to Yuji where it's kind of been like the Shibuya thing about Kenjaku was revealed and then now we've been building up to it. That's more so what I meant.
Okay. I mean, once again, I have no problem. Okay, so Yuji's special, just like every MC is special. You know, Naruto's dad was the Hokage, that kind of stuff. Yuji's he was born special. Fine, dandy. So he's got a lot of potential. Great. But if that potential is not been explored and maximized as of yet, and nowhere near, and we can all roughly agree he's still not in the top 10 of fighters. Jumping him from out of the top 10 to top in the verse in one fight is not unlocking potential. That's bullshit. So that's why I'm saying it ain't gonna happen here. If it does, I'm gonna call bullshit on that, because you don't jump to S plus from B tier like that, you know. Or
I agree with you on that. I think this time was only fine because it was only physicals. That cleave shit is where shit got really like, what the fuck? But then it was revealed that Mega V's the reason why, so that's fine.
yeah, and I'm good with that. Once that was revealed, everything is starting to make sense. I still don't see how he's getting up so easily before he went rage mode at the beginning of the chapter. Like almost like it's almost like he never got smacked in the gut and slammed through buildings to me, and I'm like, I don't care how fucking durable you are, that's gotta hurt. Like, show some reaction.
But what they said back in Origin of Obedience, if it's just pain, it won't stop Yuji. Like, it doesn't matter how much you physically hurt him, like how much pain you put him through, it's not going to stop him.
Oh, I'm not saying it stops him. I'm saying I want a reaction from him, you know? Even the Black Knight in fucking Monty Python goes, "You have no arms. It's a flesh wound." Like, it's still acknowledged that he's got no fucking arms. His arms got cut off, you know? Like, so all I want from Yuji was a little bit of acknowledgement that, yeah, that shot to the gut that could kill a normal human being hurt like a motherfucker, you know? You know, there should be...
All the people saying that Yuta thing as well, I think people forget that Yuta also held back, so I don't know why people use that argument.
That's true, too. Yuta was not trying to kill him.
No, he was literally not trying at all, and then people still use that as an argument.
Yeah, so, I mean, once again, I don't know who's stronger between the two. I'd argue right now Yuta and Hikari are still stronger than Yuji, but Yuji is eventually, I would imagine, going to surpass, you know.
That is a safe assumption.
So what else we got? Okay, so I think Jason here was responding to you, Dio, not me. So I don't think I need to respond to these ones. Yeah, I'll just keep it at that. Because Jason
You
said...
don't gotta respond, because fuck that guy, he always replies to me.
Okay. Okay.
Is he your reply guy?
You know the, remember that round 7 comment I sent you? The fucking...
Yeah! Oh, he must have some kind of vendetta against you now. That's funny.
Okay. We have one. Oh, wait, this is, I was about to say this is a long one, but this is about my most tragic death is Genichimaru video, so never mind. I'll get to that one later.
Never mind!
Oh, this is a good one. Let's see. I read this one on Ajin, Misk, if you remember this one.
L the one that said, it just said L and then said,
that's my favorite. That's my favorite.
That one's just, that's just generic hate.
I love this. L takes, L reaction, L review, L thoughts, L reader, L face, L haircut. Not the face. I need it for radio, man.
Read the reply.
There's a reply.
Yeah, he replied to himself.
Oh, L everything, to be honest. Disliked and report. Oh, this is the reported guy.
Disliked and reported.
Reported for what?
Fucking what?
Yeah, we already went through that on the Ajin stream the other night, because I went through and I said, I'm going to try to report someone. So I went to one of my videos, or Misk's or somebody's, whoever, and I hit the thing to report to list. You can't report me for anything. I did none of those things. So, like, what? Okay, so... First off, let's respond to the first one and say, oh no, not the face. I need that for radio.
You just know someone that writes this sort of comment has like a room temperature IQ.
Yeah. I wanted to say, well, my mom thinks I'm cute. Let's see. L, everything, to be honest, disliked and reported. Reported. Oh me, oh my, yeah. Oh me, oh my, oh me, oh my. And honestly, don't when you get reported, you get a notification. I got nothing, so.
Well, here's the thing: the reporting doesn't matter because Susan left as CEO, so fuck you.
Okay, then. Let's see. We got another user GX something something something. I wish YouTube Studio wouldn't do that. Like, if you're going to give me the what username there actually is, give me still their handle, like everybody's handle, rather than the, But this person says, I thought you were explained, I was, that Yuji fought on his own all the time without using Sukuna or CE or shake my head or something. Without using Sukuna CE or anything like that. I mean, once again, I don't know that. Like, I don't. Can anybody actually confirm that that the reason Yuji's able to use Black Flash and has as much access isn't because he's been a vessel? Is there no bonus or boost to Yuji whatsoever in the entirety of this manga because he ate fingers? There was no boost whatsoever to his abilities in any stretch? That seems kind of bullshit.
Yeah, he's also not fighting alone because he has Todo, which is a big fucking boost.
Yeah,
Todo's helped him in both of his biggest fights.
That's true.
That's true, actually.
Let's
he
see.
would not have been able to. Well, you see, that's what makes so many Jujutsu fights so good. Is you have characters fighting antagonists that are much stronger than them, but they're fighting in groups. They're doing teamwork.
Yeah. And that's what I think needs to happen right here, but okay.
It's what's kind of happening, though. It's happening a little differently than usual, which should make it quite interesting.
That's true, too. The comment goes on to say he was originally more inclined towards Jujutsu sorcerers. Okay, fair. Chapter is good. I agree. I'm just not a fan of what seems to be going on. All right. I mean, that's a fair opinion, too. Maybe
is this the dude with the top hat profile picture?
No, this is the person with the donkey profile picture.
Okay.
Yuji is tough, but Sukuna obviously just playing with him, plus Megumi won't let him use his cursed energy. I mean, alright, so a little bit of misinformation there. I don't think he's stopping Sukuna from using his cursed energy altogether.
He's
preventing the output. Yeah, he's trying.
In the TCB translation, he says it's dropping, which means like it's progressively getting lower and lower. So it's like theoretically he would eventually not be able to use it, but he can still use it right now. It's just getting weaker.
Right, okay. Let's see if this is a good enough response. It's good though. Okay, so what I decided to respond to this comment, because there's a few points, but I'll just keep it short and sweet. I said, yeah, okay, so instead of disagreeing, I just said, yeah, I thought Yuji fights on his own, whatever. He does, but that does not mean he can fight Sukuna on even terms. That's what I said. And I do agree that the chapter is good, though. Because it is, I did like the chapter. People didn't stay to watch the end, but I did like the chapter. Let's see. Okay, we have two more. There's only two left. Ooh, let's get into them. Let's see. This one is Not So Humblebee 5150 says, so are we just forgetting that even when he only had 3 fingers, Gojo flat out said that Yuji could reach his level one day? Another one of these ones. Ugh. I'd be good if the hate was like, you just hate UGY, and be like, I'm sorry, I came across bad, I'm sorry. But these ones are coming out with just flat out, this potential shit gotta stop. By that logic, Yuji, Yuta, and Hakari are all stronger than Gojo right now. Why do they fucking need the prison realm? If he has the potential to reach past Gojo, and they're all apparently, I don't get it. Even Yuta says that Yuji won't be an easy fight. Okay. I think you're heavily downplaying how strong he is. He's a B tier fighter. Maybe top of B. He's not S tier. Sorry. He's grade 1 with very little training, and it's the closest thing to a master of the Black Flash. Okay. As for his cursed energy, it's been made pretty clear that Yuji and Sakura don't share cursed energy. That's true. Sukuna's fingers just awoke and intensified Yuji's cursed energy. I think that's sort of going on the theory you mentioned, Misk.
Yeah.
He's still just as strong as he was with 15 Sukuna within him. Once again, I'm sort of hesitant to like that, even if it makes sense. I do like the theory. It makes me like it more. I don't like the fact that losing Sukuna means nothing. Like it was only a bad thing. It had no perks to being a vessel whatsoever. I was never really under that impression reading the whole series, but it is what it is.
It seemed to be what was making him stronger. I imagine Yuji will have a harder time reaching his full potential without Sukuna now. And also now he'll never get Sukuna's curse technique.
Right. Which is sad. Because that would have been cool.
Unless somehow it's already imprinted onto him, which I doubt.
Yeah, I doubt that too, honestly.
I don't think Yuji would want to use Sukuna's curse technique anyway. It doesn't really fit with his fighting style. Whatever Yuji gets, it should be something that meshes with the way that he already works.
Alright, so I'm going to respond with, indeed it was said he could reach him one day. I just have no reason to believe that is happening here and now. There we go. And that's all I'm going to respond to that one. And then we got one more, I believe. I think there's only one more. I'll have to refresh.
Alright, I think I gotta head out for dinner. So I'll
right,
be back if the stream's still going on after I'm done with that.
Yep,
Later.
okay. Later, Misk. And, alright, so we're on the last one. Oh, sorry, Dio. Did you have anything else to mention about your comment before I move on? Sorry about that.
No, that was pretty much it. So I don't
Okay.
have anything else. I'm also at work, so I'm just muting in between.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Alrighty, just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. So let's see. The last comment, or we think it's the last comment, said, and this is from the Expat Gaming 8609, says, dude, so you can forget that Yuji literally got rammed through 5 buildings at the start of the culling game. Once again, I didn't agree with that feat either. The minute he entered into the colony and was fighting like nothing happened, Yuji had always been, if not one of the most durable characters in the story. Once again, he might be superhuman, but not Super Saiyan. So I didn't like that feat when it first happened, if anybody recalls, and I don't like it now. That hasn't changed. Every top tier fighter in the verse has been surprised, impressed with his power and durability in fights. Sure. Second, where did you get this notion that Yuji has no cursed energy or has lack of it? We have no idea if Sukuna took his cursed energy with him. We can assume he didn't, or we can assume he did, but we don't have confirmation of that yet. He hasn't used a cursed technique or cursed energy, as far as we know, since Sukuna left his body. We don't know what the implications of that are. If there's zero implications, there might be. There might be. I'm saying there might not be. Like, that's the point, is, you know, it's your opinion to say, no, he didn't lose his cursed energy, he can use Black Flash, he can do everything. And I'm saying, yeah, maybe. Maybe not. Sukuna leaving might have had a lasting bad negative effect on Yuji. We just don't know, is my point. I'm not saying it's a popular theory, I'm saying it's still there.
People are also, not to interrupt you, people are also making the mistake of, like, they're also trying to directly tie Sukuna's growth to him, but it might actually be, like, just Yuji's own progression.
There's that too. See, there is definitely that. It continues to say, bro, every human being has cursed energy. Yeah, but every human being has cursed energy that they can barely fucking use. They can't even see curses and shit, man. Like, that's not a thing. Every person in Dragon Ball Z has ki. They can't all fly. You know? Like, so the only difference between sorcerers and ordinary people is sorcerers have more cursed energy. Right. And that the average person, the regular average person, doesn't have enough cursed energy to even see curses unless in very high tense situations or life and death situation. And Yuji was in that category, if I'm remembering correctly at the beginning. I don't remember him having a shit ton of cursed energy at the beginning of the series. Yuji has cursed energy at the beginning of the story, okay, and was able to see him fight the cursed spirit that fought him and Megumi. Okay, so he had a little more, but we know from being a family from Kenjaku born and all that stuff, that he definitely had it, but he had zero control over it, and we don't know the amount. It's never been stated, like Gojo or Yuta, that Yuji has a crazy amount of it or something like that. And I do still prescribe now to the theory that Misk has been mentioning a few times during the stream about the fact that Yuji taking in Sukuna's fingers did help improve his control and his output, because he had to constantly suppress, using his cursed energy and using that, he's constantly suppressing Sukuna in his body like a cage, and as a result, that has only allowed for passive growth, because it constantly has to be on high alert, and it's constantly, he's constantly using it, and he's getting better at it. Sort of like in an old style Final Fantasy game, the more you attack with your weapon, your strength stat goes up. The more you attack with your magic, the more your magic stat goes up, right? So the same idea here is that by just containing Sukuna for the length and time he's been doing so, has been allowing his cursed energy to get stronger and grow. Now, as I said, I don't know if losing Sukuna has any negative effects towards... If anything, it wouldn't affect his fighting capability or his durability. What it would potentially affect, if anything, would be something related to his cursed energy. Whether the amount, whether his technique, whether he can use Black Flash anymore, whether he can do this, that, the other thing. Maybe not so much Black Flash, but you guys know what I'm trying to say. So, we'll respond to this one very simply by saying, I did, let's see, I just think he should, at the very least, be much more heavily damaged from these attacks he has suffered than is being shown. So yeah, I just think he should at the very least be much more heavily damaged from these attacks he has suffered than is being shown. And let's see, I am not saying Yuji has definitely lost his CE, but that maybe there is some negative effects from Sukuna leaving his body relating to his CE in some regard.
Yuji's also a physical fighter, so it's hard for us to tell like what really happened unless he starts using like Black Flash or something.
That's right, unless we see him, yeah.
A lot of people in the comments have been saying like, oh yeah, you can tell that Sukuna's effect on his curse energy. Yuji doesn't throw around his curse energy like Yuta. He doesn't have any curse technique, so no one can really tell what's going on. People may say they think they know what's going on. You won't know until later.
Right, exactly, and that's the thing. Like people, like I might have had a bad take in this reaction, whatever. But people spreading misinformation like my theories aren't possible is also not a good look. I'm just saying. We don't know. As I said, I don't know anybody with a head on their brain can say that Sukuna leaving Yuji's body had no negative repercussions. We have no fucking idea. You know, we have no idea. It might be a great thing. Maybe that's a power boost for him. Maybe now with his cursed energy, not having to suppress Sukuna all the time, maybe his cursed energy is going to go like fucking level up like crazy. You know, Charmeleon to Charizard levels sort of change, right? Because now his cursed energy could all be focused.
I read that theory because when Sukuna was exchanging the telephone pole blow, he said Kenjaku, he's like, you're creepy as shit for doing this. So I think, this is theory, but I think Kenjaku might have put some type of mechanism where if Sukuna leaves Yuji, maybe now he gets specifically stronger, but something's happening in his body. Because you notice that Sukuna's not going, oh damn, Yuji, you're so strong. No, he's going, Kenjaku, you are a creepy motherfucker. I don't know what you created.
No, that's right. So there is, yeah, see, there's a lot of avenues we can look at this, but here's the thing. I've noticed one thing with some of these comments. Some of these comments have been rather fair. Other ones have been basically because they don't like my opinion on Yuji's survivability. They've taken that to focus on a bunch of things I said, like everything I said is wrong. And that's just not the case. So,
you also shouldn't take them too seriously, because I noticed that in the fandom, people will, after something's revealed, they'll all claim that they knew it this whole time.
Oh, hell yeah.
No, you fucking didn't. You literally had to go back. So like with the Maki, the My Sacrifice thing, I remember that one dude commented saying, oh, but all these hints were in the story, this, and that. I'm like, yeah, you figured it out after the fact.
Right.
But you didn't just fucking predict this shit since chapter 1. No. You're relying on Gege to give you answers.
Yeah, and it's no different than in One Piece with the volume cover thing. People going, oh, they see the connection now. Here's your new 4 emperors. Oda was cooking. Nobody saw that coming. Nobody called that and said, yeah, this volume cover showcased who's going to be the 4 emperors by chapter 1100 or something. You know what I mean? And nobody said that. We can all see, like, I see what Oda did, but if anybody claims that they knew it back then, it's like, yeah, the hints were there, but we didn't recognize the hints for what they were. So, yeah. No, I agree with that. The community is built like that. And that's why I'm doing this as a stream, so that everyone knows I'm taking this as a joke. I'm taking this as funny, rather than the other way.
Yeah, you've been reasonable the whole time, especially considering like, the comments. Although there was the most reasonable comment, which was L face, L hair, L everything, which was the most logical one out of them all.
I mean, I know, right? But at least my mom likes my face, so I.
True.
At least that's what she says. Maybe she's lying to me.
Hey, your wife too. She also likes it.
She says it's 7 out of 10, so she's not the biggest fan.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys think you can hurt me? My own wife doesn't like my face.
Listen, my mom roasts the fuck out of me. She says the most horrendous shit. That's why whenever I go outside and people are like, yo, I'm gonna roast you, I'm like, no, you won't. My mom said worse shit than you.
There you go. Can't be hurt when you're already damaged from home.
Yeah. Just like you.
There you go. Right. Jobber was in here at least for a little bit and said, if Yuji lost his cursed energy, I'm sure Gege would have focused on that, so it's pretty safe to say he kept it. How would he know? According to everyone now, he went into focus rage mode. Pain doesn't affect nothing. Would this guy know that?
That's literally the hindsight shit. Again, you're saying that, but you don't know until Gege reveals, and once you do, people are going to be like, I knew it, but you need confirmation first.
Yeah, all I'm offering is an alternative that maybe losing Sukuna might... Oh, I'm sorry. A character that has been a vessel for the main villain this entire 200 chapter plus series all of a sudden is no longer his vessel and in another body. That didn't change a fucking thing for our character in any way, shape, or form. I'm sorry if I find that a hard pill to swallow, like in my regard, but... and...
So, to give you a little bit more credit, Griever, I think there's also another factor that people may have not considered, which is Sukuna left the body that he's been inhabiting for a while into a brand new body and one that's fighting back. So he also needs some time to acclimate. He's not as used to Megami as he is Yuji. So
he's not Kenjaku body snatching used to that shit yet. You know what I mean? He's not used to hopping bodies all the time. Jobber said, Yuji ingesting one of Sukuna's fingers just let him tap into his own cursed energy. I mean,
again, that has no basis.
Yeah, that's once again, it's no different than mine. Like, I'm not sitting here saying, no, guys, Yuji has lost his cursed energy, confirmed. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, you know, this is the problem with a lot of people that I expect it from Jobber anyways, but this is the problem with a lot of the comments in this video and other videos. It's not just this video, so don't think I'm picking on everybody that just commented on this one. But people take, if I theorize something, a theory I believe in, so I'm going to push that agenda, as people like to call it now. I'm pushing the agenda on a theory. I'm still saying it's a theory. I'm not saying that this is definite. I'm saying there's evidence, there's potential, and here we go, and here's what I believe. So of course I'm going to push that in my video. And I'm probably not going to go through the other 85 people who have theorized something different on a Reddit. You know, I'm just not going to do that. I'm going to push what I think is going to happen next, because it's my channel, my bar, my boat, my opinion. If you don't like it, it's very easy to watch somebody else who is a yes man to your opinion. That's fine. But
you can also say theories as long as it's backed up by implications. Like, again, Sukuna said to he says, Kenjaku, you're a creepy son of a bitch when he sees Yuji powering up. You can use that as a basis, but if you just say, like if I just go, hey, I think Yuta's domain expansion is going to be a wedding, well, alright, cool. There's no fucking evidence behind that, that's just me saying it. So
right.
I also can't go around and be like, hey guys, this is confirmed. Well, no, it's not that.
Yeah, no. But it's no different. Before we even saw that he had a domain, I remember there were people who still said, and they were not wrong to say, does Yuta have a domain? That was the big thing before we got known that he can use one. I said, I'm pretty sure he's got one. But that's the thing. I'm pretty sure. I didn't say yes. No matter what, he's got one. And I was
Well,
no more.
I will say that people also gotta stop picking fights. Like, listen,
Yeah.
people gotta know what fights to pick. If he's a fucking special grade, he's gonna have a domain. I mean, I'm just sorry.
Yeah.
If you're a special grade, you'll have.
There's a lot more evidence for that, absolutely. But I'm just saying that I'm no more right to say, yeah, you just got a domain than people who said, nah, I don't think he does. We didn't even know what the situation with Rika was at the time. So it was absolutely fair to question how has Yuta changed, evolved, how does his power system work, how does everything work. Every theory is, once again, had just about as much merit. As long as you had a little, as I said, some evidence to back it up, as long as you had something, every theory has merit until it's proven otherwise in the manga itself, or new evidence to more heavily suggest a different theory. Then you're usually, and just because a theory has a lot of evidence pointed towards it, I had some great theories. I still argue that my writing was better than the end of Seven Deadly Sins. I had great ways to explain certain characters and stuff in Seven Deadly Sins, their backstories, how things work. Even when Nagaba kept fucking it up, I kept bringing, I can fix this, and I have a theory video on there that got tons of views that people loved and said this was better than what we got as an explanation in the actual manga because I backed it up with all the scenes and lines and everything. There was heavy amount of evidence that could make that theory very easily enter the story. But once again, even if you have all the evidence in the world and it seems like that's the track it's going to go on, it's at the end of the day, it's up to one person, and that's the mangaka. And if that mangaka says, hey, I might have put the seeds and set up all this shit to look like it's going this way. Nope, it's not red, it's blue. Sorry, It's like, whether it's good writing or bad writing is irrelevant. They, in the end, they do get to decide, even if there's tons of, like, so many people theorize Kaido was a poneglyph, Kaido was an Oni, Kaido was an ancient giant and
Kaido
stuff.
awakening, cough, cough.
Poor Kaido. Kaido's awakened. I'm sitting here on that one.
We have no idea. We're never going to get confirmation unless in an SPS or something.
No. But it is funny. Almost all the top YouTubers for One Piece anyway that I watch, like I watch Roger and Tekken and everyone, even Tekken's like, come on, guys. I mean, it's like he's like, this is going to be another kid's devil fruit thing. Oda's going to come out like in 2 years and say, oh, yeah, shit, I forgot to mention that. Like...
That's why I become more cynical. Because I remember when the chapters were coming out, I was like, man, fuck y'all, it's going to have an awakening 20 chapters later. Guys, just make sure to look out for that awakening 50 chapters later. Alright, guys, we'll just pray for the best. Wano's over? Well, fuck him.
Yep. I mean, I'm with Tekken and King and all them. I'm still under the impression that, yeah, Kaido was awakened when he used those final attacks and stuff. He's been using his awakening. He's just not saying it. There was no title card. He knew about it. He's all about the devil fruits and the hockey and shit. So he absolutely was awakened when he fought Luffy. I don't think he pulled his punches. It's just Oda fucked up not giving us the title card or just a line of dialogue or whatever,
Yeah.
But I mean,
maybe he was just like, you know what, fuck devil fruits. I don't even want to explain this shit. Hockey is what matters.
So I mean, and he's not wrong. Hockey is. Listen, the tops of the verse in the Golden Age were all hockey users. Some of them had devil fruits, but the majority of them are just confirmed as conquerors, hockey badasses. So it's like, okay.
Roger and Garp, they were at God Valley, and they are both hockey specialists.
Yep, and at the time, and once again, Whitebeard still had all his hockey. Rayleigh, his hockey. Odin was all about the hockey. I mean, Shanks is all about the hockey. All these dudes are all about the hockey, man. So, hockey's the way to go. Oh, we did get... Sorry, I just refreshed. And we do have one more comment on the 214. And it says, from user GS something something something, says, I can't even continue this reaction. This is so sad. The hating on Yuji is unbelievable. If you don't like the series, then stop reading it. And let Yuji cook. If Yuji's cooking, it's fucking burning, okay? Because Yuji's...
That's the type of shit where people take it too far, where it's like, you know what, if you fucking hate the series, at what point did Griever ever state he hated the series? That's not
Nope.
the debate.
And I never said I hated Yuji. I think Yuji's being an idiot trying to fight Sukuna right now, throwing hands, but other than that, like, I like Yuji as an MC, he's fine. But, yeah, And once again, I do understand, so I still will apologize and say I do not hate Yuji, but I understand in that reaction it did come across that way. We've already said this many times on stream, so I won't repeat myself, but we've already talked about that, and that is partly my bad. I did not reiterate that, listen, I think that the durability feats here are stupid, but that doesn't mean I don't think what Yuji's doing isn't impressive and that I hate Yuji. It came across in a bad light. That's on me for not communicating it properly. Since it is my video, I should have done a better job, but it is what it is. And also said, also Yuji well over Yuta. Well,
what? No, all right. Your credibility is already invalid.
Okay, Yuji. So if we're talking power scaling, that's
why are fucking people so adamant on this Yuji over Yuta? You guys know. Listen, look at me through the webcam or whatever the fuck you're looking through. If you can sit here and tell me that Yuji is above one of the top 5, if not top 6, or whatever guys in the first, you can suck my dick. He's not above. All right. As soon as he activates domain expansion, even without domain expansion, sky manipulation is fucking up Yuji.
Yeah.
Literally everything he has is fucking up Yuji. Stop.
Yeah. So if we're doing this on a power scaling perspective, then this is just completely factually wrong. I agree with Theo. If this is about a character thing, I personally find Yuta a better, more interesting character, better written character. That does not mean that I think Yuji is a badly written character. Yuji is a solid MC. I prefer Yuta. That's just me. But if we're talking power scaling, yeesh. So I'm going to say this is so sad and sorry to hear that. I do not hate Yuji, but I can see how did I say that before? But I can see how this reaction makes it seem that way. My mistake. My mistake. Yuji over Yuta from a power scaling perspective. I'm not even going to respond to that one. Fuck it. I'm just going to say this is so sad. I'm sorry to hear that you didn't like the continue the reaction. I do not hate Yuji, but I can see how this reaction makes it seem that way. My mistake. I'm not even going to acknowledge the Yuji over Yuta because we don't know if it's from a character standpoint or a power scaling standpoint. And rather than explain all that, I'm just going to be like, yeah, well, sorry. You know. And our final one is actually, it's not even our final one. It's from the only other comment I have is from Gin, the Gin Ichimaru video. So there is that. Artist is in here saying, the fuck is going on? People hate me now, Artist, so we're discussing it. That's basically what we're doing. We're sitting here discussing why people hate opinions that differ from theirs. And if they don't like something, to maybe stop watching. I don't know about you guys, but if I read chapter 1 of a story and I don't like it by chapter 10, I generally don't finish the book. I'm just saying, I don't continue to suffer. So that's just me. And we have 7 likes in here, and that's really nice. Unfortunately, I have to do a quick intermission. Because I got interrupted from that phone call from before, but I just have to go check on something in the kitchen really quick. I'll be right back, and we'll see if we've been streaming for over 3 hours, but we can still chat a little bit more, I think. Cover anything else that we missed, and then we'll end the stream here in a little bit. But we will be right back. We won't end it quite just yet. Let's see. Let's add ourselves our intermission stuff.
How long has the stream been going on for? Jesus Christ.
Okay, let's jump ourselves back in here. Let's get rid of the intermission thing. The other thing. Wow thing. Let's see. I just said Dio's sitting in the VC abyss by himself. Yes, this is so sad. And I just said, and the music loud as fuck. Oh, my bad. Why was the music loud as fuck? All right, I'm gonna hurt everybody's ears here for a second. Let's see. It shouldn't be. That's the same. That's the same beat it's always at. It's at 30. I can lower it, I guess. Everyone said it was fine before, and I haven't changed it. But all right. I'll lower it a little bit, but everyone said it was fine. According to my soundbar thing, me talking right now is way fucking louder. So, anyways, maybe it's fucking up. So, anyways, I believe, let's do one more refresh. I believe that's all the comments on the chapter 214 Jujutsu Kaisen reaction. Yeah. So for those not aware, we actually have 454 views and 28 comments, however, on the video. This is actually a good thing because it's only a 20-minute video. Shorter videos get more love from the algorithm, alongside the fact that highly commented likes and dislikes. So this is only good for the channel as a whole. I've actually not lost a single subscriber because nobody who was hateful in the comments was subscribed in the first place. So there is that. So to reiterate, what we went over was very simple. We went through each comment and we discussed some of them at length, some of them not. Some of them didn't need a huge discussion. And I responded in kind to each one. I went into detail more so here rather than writing out paragraphs to each and every individual about why I disagree with their comment or they misunderstood me, or I just straight up said, yeah, it sounded like I hated Yuji. I don't, my bad, and moved on. Was pretty much the summary of all the comments. So yeah, I think that pretty much covers the thing of the stream. To go over once again, the reason the stream happened in the first place is, and the title of it, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry for having an opinion. I'm not sorry for the fact that I think Yuji should not be fucking standing right now. I'm not sorry for thinking that Sukuna should have blown his ass away. I'm not sorry for those opinions. Now, going off of the other things, I will extend the olive branch and say, after plenty of rewatches of my own reaction, it was apparent to me that being overtired and monotone throughout the entire video, sarcasm was completely lost. Tone is very important when you're using sarcasm and when you're just trying to, do a little bit of the jab, jab, jab sort of idea, but in a humorous way. By not changing my tone, it was evident that everyone thought I was being deadpan serious on every little comment I made. That was on me. That's not good. So, that part, fine dandy. And I should have had less of a... I guess it came across very poorly that I had a very poor opinion of Yuji in this chapter. I very much liked the chapter. I thought the art was really cool. Sukuna's a badass and stuff. I just was stuck on, and I still think and this is my opinion, you don't have to like it, I still don't think Yuji should be fucking even conscious after being slammed through 5 buildings by a Sukuna punch. I think he should be staggering even to stand right now. But that's just me. That's just me. If you don't like that opinion, well then we'll read the next chapter and move on from this one. But, I
also comment down below which characters you love the most, because I'll make a video hating each and every one of them.
There you go. Dio's going to make a video on each and every JJK character?
No, just every character that your fans say that they love so much, I'm going to make a video hating on them and slandering them. So that way the algorithm picks it up.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, the algorithm is doing that. And once again, Doing this reaction part and parcel, I was doubling down. This was intentional, ladies and gentlemen. Showmanship is a thing, but I was also doubling down on the idea of being controversial in the first place. Now, clearly it went a little too far in one way, and once again, I wasn't really planning it. It was more of it was a reaction, not a review, so I didn't really plan it out very well. The reason being is because after doing a couple other reviews about not liking what's going on, dislike-wise, they're sort of 50-50 split with the likes, but view-wise, they're doubling and tripling in standard view counts for being negative. Because people, as a society, are horrible. We feed off negative emotions. No one wants to hear that you love the latest One Piece chapter or Kengan chapter. People want you to shit on it, even though they say they don't, and they will comment like this. They don't want you to shit on JJK, but somehow I have almost 500 views on this review, and when I was loving the Sundai Colony, trying to make 100 views was hard. So wait a minute. You know, is it really my fault that negativity is selling? Sex sells, and apparently so does negativity. So
negativity selling is fine, because guess what? The series is based off of cursed energy.
Oh, there we go. It's all coming full circle, right?
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So Griever's pretty smart because he's hating on Yuji. Yuji's whole character is getting shit on. So let's say if Sukuna does well, you win. And if Yuji gets shit on, well, that's just his character.
There you go. So it's all good. It's a win-win situation. Everyone, don't take yourself seriously. And once again, at the end of the day, guys, this is a manga. What do you care what one dude that is way too old to be reading manga up in Canada thinks about a series that you read too? Why do you care at the end of the day? I like, if you value my opinion, fan-fucking-tastic. But if you don't like my opinion, you don't need to let it affect you. You don't need to care about it. I don't want you guys agonizing and going to bed, staying up late thinking about what I said about Yuji, or in the shower almost in tears because Griever doesn't think Yuji's the greatest thing in the world. Like, don't let any of that affect you. If you're letting it affect you, you need to go and figure out why you're letting a random dude on the internet tell you how you should feel. I don't know.
You want us to be honest, but us being honest does not mean that has to be your opinion. Us being honest means we will voice our own opinions.
This is right. This is true. If you guys want me to fake my way through and love everything, it's not going to happen. Do you want a genuine reaction, or do you want, I don't like every single band and every single song in the world. So if I started reacting to every single song in the world from A to Z, and fucking all of a sudden, you guys fucking, there was a band there, I don't know who, but pick a band, pick a song, and I didn't like it. All of a sudden, you've been watching my videos forever. You liked every opinion and all my jamming out to all this music. And then when we hit this one band with this one song, and I went, I don't like this song. I don't like the music. I don't like the voice. All of a sudden, like, that changes your whole thing. Like, I don't know. It's, my opinion doesn't need to be your opinion. If my favorite YouTuber thinks that I don't know, that Halo's the greatest game in the world, I don't, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to keep watching that YouTuber. I probably won't watch a Halo playthrough because I don't really care for Halo, but them having an opinion that Halo's the best one, or that Final Fantasy 3 is the best Final Fantasy game, or this, that, or the other thing, that doesn't that doesn't affect me.
King of Lightning's my favorite YouTuber. We know how he feels about Admiral, so if an Admiral video pops up, I expect what's going to happen. But he's still my favorite YouTuber, or at least favorite One Piece YouTuber.
Oh, who's that, Dio? I missed that.
King of Lightning.
Oh, King, yeah. And
he hates Admirals.
Oh, yeah.
He's my favorite YouTuber.
He's got a low opinion on the Admirals. I'm with King on that.
Well, we know where he stands, but that's it.
But it's funny, there's another perfect example. The amount of hate King of Lightning gets. Because when he reacts, he doubles down no different than I did in my reaction. The difference is no one's appreciating that. Because, like, I remember watching King, I've been watching King for many times, but he will sit there and he will have a definite opinion like it's fact. He'll sit there, judge top 5. There's his big one, judge top 5. And he stated it like it was fact. Judge is nowhere even in the category. But fucking, he was adamant when Judge introduced Sanji's dad. It was fucking top 5. And
It's hilarious.
yeah, and then when it turned out he was wrong as shit, instead of backing down, he made merchandise out of it.
Yep.
Like, so, guys, once again, don't take it too seriously. What I say does not need to affect your enjoyment. If it does, if I sit here and you guys value my opinion, and I say, and you say, what, I really like this, and this type of movie. What movie would you recommend? And I go, well, since you like these movies, I would recommend you watch this, and this. They're fucking awesome. Whether you hate or love those movies, I just gave you a recommendation based on my knowledge of what you like. If you like those movies, you're like, damn, then you're probably going to value my opinion more. So when you decide, I can't really think of a movie, maybe I'll ask Griever again. He's 3 for 3, right? Sure, that's fine. But if I'm 0 for 3 and you go, I'm not really asking Griever anymore what fucking movie to watch. He doesn't seem to... Our tastes are different. There's the key thing. Clearly our tastes are different. Okay, then just stop asking me what movie you want to see. Clearly we don't like the same thing. That's fine too.
Also, just because you have different opinions doesn't mean you can't watch. Because listen, Griever and I have argued plenty of times, and I'm on stream with him. I watch all Griever's videos, so you don't have to have the exact same opinion, guys. Still enjoy content.
That's very true. That's very true. This man over here has an admiral agenda so fucking long it's scary.
It is.
And you guys, if you guys watch my thing, I think admirals can go pick daisies for all I give a shit. So.
Although, to be fair, I did read the Green Bull Shanks chapter with a blindfold, so that is partially why I'm so adamant.
Ah, there you go. There you go.
As far as I'm concerned, that chapter never happened. You can't convince me otherwise.
That chapter never happened. Poor Dio. Poor Dio.
Yeah. It's like Voldemort. Don't invoke its name.
I mean, that shit can happen. Absolutely. But I mean, that's also the idea of when you're going through a series, and here's the big thing is that 90% of my problem with this chapter in JJK was from a power scaling perspective. Power scaling, we can all acknowledge, whether you think you're right or wrong, is a toxic thing. It is a toxic whirlwind of a topic the moment you get into power scaling.
It's a septic tank.
Yes, indeed it is. So, this reaction was all based in power scaling. And from what I heard, I just read every single comment. From what I heard, the thing that people didn't like wasn't, other than that one person who hates my face and hair for some reason, and wants to report me because they don't like my hair. All right. Maybe they're just jealous. Maybe they don't have any hair. I don't know. But the thing is that if you're going to go down that road, everyone in the comments was focusing solely on the fact that I didn't like the power scaling happening in the chapter. That's what it boils down to. Nobody hated, for the most part anyways, nobody hated any theories I came up with. Nobody hated my reaction to Sukuna or Hannah or how, this, that, and the other thing happened. Nothing else. It was only based in the fact that I didn't like the durability feats happening with Yuji, and that's what everybody focused on. So, granted, it was focused on in the chapter and in the reaction, but that's something I noticed, that if you took away the power scaling out of that, and you just say, okay, so this has happened, that happened, if I had done basically a reread, nobody would have cared. So it's very strange. It's like everyone says, oh, we don't want a power scale in this community, then everyone will come out of the woodwork and start challenging people who do. So it's like,
Power scaling is fucking toxic. I mean, at the end of the day, you're never going to make anyone happy, because
nope.
I even said in the chat earlier in this chat that when they brought up like Utah fans, I'm like, yo, Griever is a tame Utah fan. Trust me, because when you go to other servers, you go to other places, they are fucking so toxic that even us who are very opinionated look like we are monotone and tame.
Oh yeah, like that's the thing. The funny thing that I find is that I was painted, and this is literally, I just doubled down on it. I'm going to be honest with you, Dio. I don't know if you were there when it first started in Miss
Yeah,
Discord.
I was watching. I was there.
But the idea of Utah, see, I just really liked Utah. And so it came to this point in Misk's Discord that I was literally painted as the Yuta stan, the guy being one of the guys you're basically talking about, with very little evidence at the time. I just said because I liked Yuta, I thought Volume 0 was the best part I had read thus far. And at this point, I was still reading JJK. Like, I wasn't caught up yet. But I loved Yuta. Thought Yuta was the best. I was excited for the movie. And still think that he's at least to me, he's he's a better character for my type of character than Yuji. So I would make the joke that, if we were following the real main character, that was the big thing. That set so many people off. That was a trigger for people. And then it came all the way to that point when Misk was doing that big stream where we did the Kenjaku versus Yuta debate. I got roped in for the sole purpose that people were like, oh, no, he hates, and I was like, yeah, I think Yuta can beat him. Why? And it's like, but it was acting.
I'm so happy that I was not caught up to JJK at that time because I heard that debate was fucking AIDS. So
it was so bad. I wasn't exactly there ready to defend a fucking thing. Because at this point, this was even before the Sundai colony, so we had no idea if he had a domain. We didn't know the Rika situation. We didn't.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Yeah, it was absolutely trash. So I said, why are we doing this? People said because it'd be fun, and I'm like,
no, that would not.
Yeah, and I'm like, I think it was Playfree actually ended up saying, I could be wrong, but Playfree said after, because it wasn't part of the debate, but then watched the debate after and said, I'm giving it to Griever. Griever won, but Griever, you did not make a great argument. And I said, I know that. Like, I am not insulted that he said that. I was like, no. He's like, they just made worse points. You didn't make great points either. And I'm like, but I'll give it to you. I'll say, well, thanks for the W, but like...
Because I think we were talking about miscellaneous comic right after that debate happened. I just heard it was a shit show. And I was like, why would you guys do it before we've seen Yuta actually do something? Because once I caught up to JJK, then I was like, oh, no wonder it was a shit show.
Yep. So it's definite. It was a huge shit show at the time, and to this day, like, we don't know what Yuta's domain can do. So once again,
I've said it so many times. I don't care how far we get into JJK. JJK is hyped for a reason because every chapter, like with One Piece, you get gradual lore drops until one day we get something crazy. JJK seems to be every other chapter we get something wild revealed. Like last chapter, who the fuck expected that Sukuna's Nue would be this kaiju-sized lightning storm bringer? Like,
it was awesome.
It was fucking great. But after it was revealed, then we were like, oh, it's because Sukuna's skill level's that high, because his power level's that high, so Ten Shadows adjust itself. No one expected it. I expected him to have normal Nue. That's not the case.
I mean, I think after watching, because I think Myth suspected it for a little while or theorized it, so I sort of suspected them. I didn't suspect that level. I expected them to be bigger or summon all the shadows at once or something like that, or a little badder. Not to that degree.
That's more along the lines.
Yeah, so I mean that was a big thing. Jobber says at least that debate is finally settled. I mean, it's not really.
Don't start, Jobber. Don't start.
Yeah, it's not really up until literally. Here's my response. Once again, people paint me as this guy. Like, I'm gonna say it. I think Yuta could win, but once again, we won't know until Kenjaku versus Yuta happens in the manga and somebody comes out a victor. And I guarantee you, if that happens, no matter what, no matter who wins, there's going to be an asterisk by that fight. Because I guarantee you, in no way, shape, or form in Jujutsu Kaisen is there going to be a straight up, like Ragnarok, Kengan style, 1v1, no interference, interruptions, or nothing happening, if that even happens, okay? So it's always going to be an asterisk. There's either going to be Kenjaku wankers or Yuta wankers who are going to be pissed off and say, Kenjaku only won because blah, blah, blah. Yuta only won because blah, blah, blah. And it's never going to be a clean W for either side. I guarantee you, if it even happens, it's not going to be a clean W.
There's only, JJK is the type of series that the only ever, like, as far as we're concerned, clear 1v1 was that 10 Shadows user and a 6-eye Limitless user that fought 400 years ago. And guess what? That shit's off screen. You didn't see anything of it. So every other fight has had some type of caveat.
Yeah. Yep. Almost every single. Yeah. Every single one. I mean,
I'm not even gonna come out with the top 20 video until JJK's done because at this rate, so much shit happens, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll wait till it's officially over, and then I'll decide on power scale because otherwise we can't.
right. Like, we can say. I mean, I think it's easy to say certain characters have fights, but yeah, in general, I would argue that the majority of the fights have always been like a little. There's more going on, as you said, because that's just the way they're built. There's a lot of tag teams. There's a lot of other situations happening. There's injured people. Here's the big thing that I've always noticed is. It's no different. Like, how many times have you heard fucking Whitebeard was dying? Yeah. And I mean, I agree with that.
People are like, oh, I remember. People are like, Luffy's 1v1ing Kaido. I'm like, no, he's fucking not.
No, he's
not. You know
not.
how many guys Kaido fought before him?
Yeah, no, he's not. Right now, if it was Kaido at full health and Luffy at full health, I still give it to Kaido.
Yeah.
If it was a 1v1.
Like, once that caveat's thrown in, you literally cannot sit there and be like, one is over the other. People will still try to do it, but at that point, it's ruined. You can't do it.
I mean, up until Wano, I had Katakuri above Luffy too. Katakuri only lost due to a lot, well, once again, circumstance. So that's why I find it funny when people do the power scaling, and some people are like, all right, Jinbei versus Katakuri, Sanji versus Katakuri, Zoro versus Katakuri and stuff. I'm like, okay, here's the problem with those is that for the majority, and also now after Wano, it depends on how far you scale the changes in these characters. I would say that Luffy gaining his gear 5th and his upgrades in hockey has been crazy. Zoro gained his Conqueror's Hockey, and Enma, fantastic upgrade. That's pretty good. Jinbei has just always been solid, but I don't think improved his karate or got any stronger. And when it comes to Sanji gained an exoskeleton body, so durability went up. But outside of that, I think we need to see more. For example, a good example of this is more from Sanji. Before we can properly look into, okay, who do you think Sanji can really tank? Because Sanji was fresh, new in that body. Both were beaten up. Queen was beaten up from Marco, fighting Marco and stuff too. There was tag teams. There was a lot of situations. It wasn't, because one thing I hate going on the Reddit for One Piece right now is people constantly scaling Sanji no-diffed Queen. And I'm like...
Oh, that's your biggest mistake going on One Piece Reddit.
Well, yeah. That's true, but that's one of the big things I've noticed that people are.
You know why they put? I think this was brought up during one of the One Piece YouTuber reveries. The reason why they always do that no diff queen stuff, and this is basically what it boils down to. If a character is not cool or traditionally cool, people will be more inclined to hate on them, as opposed to, let's say, Katakuri had a naturally cool design, naturally cool personality, so people end up wanking them, even if there's another character that. They may not be as cool, but their power is at a similar level to Katakuri. People are going to tend to scale Katakuri higher.
That's very, very true. That's basically exactly what happens with that type of stuff. So, and that's the problem. People have their own agendas to swing around as well, and that's
very true.
That's why things like happen. Like, for example, me personally, I've always said I debated a guy who said that Zoro is not the first mate, and I went. Okay, because it said it was never confirmed. And I'm like, Zoro's the first mate, man. I'm sorry. Like, Nami's technically the captain of the crew because that was their argument. It's like, well, like, this is how they behave, and here's how a first mate is supposed to behave and stuff. And I'm like, okay, come on. Like, they were so adamant because they didn't like Zoro. They were so adamant on downplaying Zoro outside of the status that he was. And I was just like, there's a perfect example of, yes, it's never been confirmed in the strictest of senses that, like, his title is first mate. It's Pirate Hunter, right? But, or now King of Hell, I guess. but his epithet wasn't first mate. But in the same regard, it's sort of like, yeah, but like traditionally roles, Luffy isn't acting like the captain. Nami is. You know? So, I mean, just because
Oda's
Luffy...
always had that thing where basically if the captain treats their like second in command as a sort of subordinate, usually the power gap is bigger, but if they are friends, power gap is less. For example, he didn't kill her. You have Shanks and Ben Beckman, same applies to Zoro.
Yeah. And
Rayleigh Roger too.
yeah, I was about to say Rayleigh and Roger is an excellent idea there, you know. So yeah, and I completely agree with that. And that's why I have no problem. It's not about, like, as I said, this is actually going on. People think that I hate Sanji because in the same way that I hate Yuji. I'm like, no, I don't hate either character. There's just characters that I like more than them in their own series, and people seem to have a problem with that. Like, I think I like Zoro more than Sanji. I like Sanji. I didn't like some of the decisions he made in Wano, but I like Sanji. So that's, you know, and I'm happy to see Sanji a badass, you know. If Sanji gets a great fight against a Yonko commander and wins, I'm going to be like, fucking A, let's go. Sanji's still the smoking badass chef.
See, that's how I tackle it too, because there's certain, like, with like Maki. A lot of people absolutely love Maki. I like Maki, but I've always just sort of thought, alright, this is just the next Toji up. So if Maki gets a feat, like an incredible feat, that goes above what Toji does when she gets a brand new weapon, I'm gonna be right there bragging with people about Maki, but on a regular basis, don't come to me thinking I'm gonna be wanking her every 5 seconds. I will give her the respect when she earns it. If she doesn't, go to somebody else. That's just how I feel.
And I mean, and see, that's totally fine if you're not on that bandwagon. And I think that that's part of what came across in this particular one. I'm not a Yuji hater. I'm not a Yuji wanker. I'm not on that Yuji standing up and being angry doesn't impress me. In the same way, sort of, I can't think of a good comparison right now. But pretty much, yeah, like, because I like Yuji, but I'm not like in love, like, oh, it's Yuji time, baby, you know, like.
See, that's how I am, because I think Justin brought it up, where it was more so just like, Yuji's been getting so victimized that now that he got the victory, that's why I'm that excited. Otherwise, I fucking love Sukuna. I want to see Sukuna fight. So
right.
Seeing Sukuna get combated, I'm like conflicted. I'm like, I'm happy for Yuji, but at the same time, I'm a Sukuna fan myself.
And right, and that's what I was focusing on that chapter. I didn't see anybody mention Sukuna in any of those comments because all I did was wank off Sukuna. I was like, and Sukuna should be atomizing this motherfucker. See, and that's the thing. Nothing I said was actually wrong, technically. Sukuna should be beating the shit out of it. And people are here for it because they know deep in their hearts, even if they're fucking thinking, you know, with their whatever, for Yuji, it's like, yeah, Sukuna's gonna fuck him up, but look, like...
Oh, listen, he will. And for those of you who didn't catch on, notice how Sukuna used Cleave. That's right, he can use 10 shadows and his own, whatever his curse technique is together. So, again, this whole chapter, halfway through, he was only using physicals, and then the other half he was using a nerfed version of Cleave because of Megan. So, yeah, I was happy that Yuji got his moment, but at the same time, it's like, do not start downplaying Sukuna because he's the fucking man.
Yeah. See, like, to me, this to me was, as I said, in the reaction I bring it up, and it's, once again, not a bad thing, but it's, to me, this is more about Sukuna than Yuji, and I think Gege was trying to make it a little bit about both of them. But the problem that I find is, this isn't Yuji, this isn't Goku going Super Saiyan against Frieza. This is him not going Super Saiyan, getting angry, but still having to fight Frieza to me. So it's not as impactful to me. It's like, great, you're angry, but you still ain't there to kill Frieza. So I don't know.
That's also partially Gege's fault too, I think, because Gege, well, I don't know about fault, but Gege made that Yuji doesn't have a curse technique. So even if Yuji gets angry, there is so much more limited stuff he can do as compared to, let's say, if Megami got angry. If Megami got angry with 10 shadows, that dude could fucking snap.
Yep.
Gojo even said so. He's like, yo, you keep wanting to commit suicide all the time and risk yourself for your teammates. If you start getting selfish, you don't know how far you can grow.
Yeah, and see, that's what... Yeah, I agree to a degree. the idea that Gege might have wanted to establish a technique at some point for Yuji or something. And once again, if he eventually pulls one out, you know,
anti-gravity because his mom has it. Maybe we'll see.
yeah. See, yeah, maybe I don't know. Jobber also
Yeah.
said to you, Sukuna fans will be good when he fights Kashimo.
I mean, but we expect Kashima's gonna get long diffed. That's like an expectation. That was an expectation before he got Megabe's technique. Now it's gonna be fucking. And also we forget Sukuna is only 15 fingers. Still has 5 more.
Yep.
So.
I'm very curious about the once in a lifetime use technique that Kashimo has, though. I want to see that shit.
I would suspect it's some like an L type of power, like he gets mastery, but it's only for a short fuse, and then it runs out.
Could be. I was thinking it going on some Shaman King shit. I was thinking it was like complete nullification. So Sukuna can't use his CE whatsoever for a limited time, but sort of like that's what he prevents. He completely prevents, like, it's a nullification technique. It can only be used once at the sacrifice of his life or whatever, but he can stall him for, I don't know, 2 minutes or 60 seconds or whatever.
It's funny because if you nullify Sukuna's curse technique, he'll still fuck up everybody because his physicals aren't.
Once again, I'm with Misk on that. The physical stats of this man are relative to his vessel, so like I don't
know. I guess we'll see. Because I heard people bring that up, that with Yuji he did more, but I feel like with Megami, he's still adjusting, so I'll wait to see what ends up happening. Because when he punched Yuji through those buildings, that seemed like similar power to what he had inside of Yuji.
That's true too. So I think there is, and that's why I still don't get why people think. So does everyone think that Fushiguro can punch Yuji through 5 buildings without Sukuna in him?
Absolutely not. No.
Right. So why is everyone so?
I think the reason they say that is because people are assuming, and this is, to be fair, this was an assumption I made when I read this chapter, because this was also during leaks night. Some of us were debating as to the reason why Sukuna's output was falling was because he relies on the vessel's cursed energy, but no, in Shibuya he was doing shit that Itadori's reserves cannot keep up with. So this is all Sukuna. Everything you see right now, that's all Sukuna. Megami has nothing to do with that.
And that's why I'm wondering, because I'm saying it's still his physical body. But Sukuna's using his. Basically, he boosted Fushiguro's body in some way because he's in his body. It's not Sukuna's body, so his physical capabilities must have increased because he's Sukuna vessel now. So that's why I'm sort of sitting there, to me anyways, is that you can't have it both ways. You can't say that Sukuna never added anything to Yuji, but then all of a sudden, Fushiguro, who could never punch anybody through 5 buildings before, gets a Sukuna vessel and then can punch through 5 buildings. It's still Fushiguro's body. So it's limited to the physical capabilities of Fushiguro's body. So that's why I'm sort of sitting there like, am I so wrong to believe that maybe some of Yuji's previous durability, to go back to some of the comments that said, don't you remember in chapter 161 when he entered the Cullen Dame, he got blasted? I've been under the impression having Sukuna in his body is pretty much like Ichigo going into fucking Soul Reaper form. Like, he can tank a lot more than a human can now because he's a Shinigami, and I assume durability was part of that. I assume that Sukuna in his body made, like, upped his stats in some way, shape, or form, and I'm just finding it kind of weird that nobody's acknowledging that punch that Fushiguro can't do regularly can now do with a vessel, but the vessel doesn't do anything.
To me, that was clearly Sukuna, because even when you see Sukuna always fight, he pulls off moves like that. So
yeah,
at no point can Megami do shit like that. People gotta understand that even with Yuji, when we were in Shibuya, the shit that Sukuna was doing goes beyond the shit Yuji can do. So whenever Sukuna takes over, it's Sukuna. It's not whoever's mixed in. I mean, the only part of Megami that mixes in is Sukuna basically said, hey, give me your fucking curse technique, and I'm going to show you how to really use your curse technique. And that's as far as that goes.
So you don't think that Sukuna is in any way limited to the physical host he's using?
I would say no, because the only reason why is because I was thinking that before this chapter. No, not. I was thinking that before Sukuna did the punch in Megami's body, because when he did that, that reminded me a lot of what he was doing in Shibuya. So at that point, I was like, maybe it's there, but I think it might not be as significant as people think it is.
Hmm. We're gonna have to.
Megami's always been physically weak. Remember when he got his ass beat by Todo?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's physically weak, and that's why I'm saying what bugs me is that yeah, even if Sukuna's the one in control of the host body, it's still Fushigoro's physical body. So there's still something there. So he's either upping the physical capabilities of that host body. It's not like changing the consciousness between the two makes it like, okay, now I'm not Sukuna, but I can punch like Sukuna. You know what I mean? It's just like, well, wait a minute. You're still limited to, like if Sukuna's vessel was, I don't know, a bunny rabbit, right? That bunny rabbit is I don't believe that. I think the bunny rabbit can be pushed to its limits, but I don't think that bunny rabbit can do the same that a human body can do in physical. He's limited in some way. I think he boosts and maximizes the host body physically to what it's capable of, and sort of adds to that, but he can't go crazy. Like if he's in the bunny, he's not punching Yuji headbutting Yuji through the 5 buildings as a bunny. Because the rabbit's too vastly. He improves the rabbit's physical capabilities, but there is a cap, if that makes sense. But we don't know. That's the thing.
We could do an explanation like maybe it's how compatible the vessel is, because
true.
When he entered Megami's body, he said, "I was afraid that it might end up as a cage rather than a vessel. So I did 2 things. I waited for my fingers to accumulate, and then I waited till Megami's spirit was at its weakest, and then I entered. And then he got lucky. It did end up being compatible. So maybe it depends on how compatible the vessel is.
Compatible. So
I think a similar explanation would be like, I don't know if you're familiar, but you might be, but Venom with like in the Venom movie and the Venom character.
Yeah.
If he merges into an average civilian, yeah, he can do his powers, but like when he's inside of Eddie Brock, it's maximum.
Right. Yeah, and that's what I'm sort of going on, is that yeah, the compatibility matters. Like sort of like I can draw out he can draw out much more of Sukuna's own physical power and stuff like that, rather than the way I was explaining it. That to me works a little better, like the idea that okay, in this random human body, Sukuna can use like 20% of his power or whatever, up to about 20%. In a compatible body, he's looking at like 80-85 at least, you know what I mean? And that's why he's able to do these remarkable physical feats alongside of his cursed feats,
Yeah,
so
the way I interpreted it was, I think my theory was that Kenjaku gave birth to Yuji, trying to make him the best vessel for Sukuna. So that's why Yuji's body is the way it is. That's why his potential is the way it is. It's all because of plan. Otherwise, if Yuji was a normal civilian, he would probably have died after a certain amount of fingerings.
Oh yeah, I would say so. It's definitely due to Kenjaku. I still don't think Kenjaku planned it, because I'm still under the impression that from what we've understood and what's been explained and everything we know about him, is that he's literally he's a bit of a joker. He's a bit of the dog with the car sort of idea, chasing the car. He explained that himself. I just want to see what the fuck will happen. He's more like bored and trying to not bored is the right word, but he's he doesn't have this, like his master plan is that crazy fusion thing.
He's like Mayuri. Mayuri did some certain shit, and he's like, let's see how it goes. Most of the time, he was successful because he's that great of a.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. He's doing that type of shit. Mayuri's probably a pretty good way to say it. But as I said, he's doing things because he can, because he wants to see what will happen, rather than he doesn't actually know. So I find him not to be the biggest planner in the world, and for him to have this mastermind. He created Yuji. I'm assuming it was more on a whim rather than some 20-year plan to capture Sukuna. It just,
I would probably only argue maybe different because remember that also Yuji's brothers are the Choso and all of them. So Yuji's actually the last of the brothers that came out. So he's actually, I guess, like the latest model.
yeah. So yeah, and that's my point. Like he because when he was talking to before they fought, when he was talking to Chozo, he's like, "Why did you do this?" Just want to know.
He also says to Choso, he's like, "You're a failure. Like you were just a test phase for me."
Yeah. So there is that regard. So yeah, we're gonna find out for sure. Jobber's still in the chat, and he's saying that Kashimo's gonna get the Mike Guy treatment for sure. That's actually not bad. That's pretty accurate, probably what we're gonna get.
I would say probably yes, because Madara did not fight back against my guy until the very end, so sure.
Yeah, that's true too. Jobber said, no way the cat would make that fight Sukuna versus Jogo 2. Yeah, I wouldn't like that. I'd like to see Kashimo's, that technique supposed to kill him. It's not going to work, but I'd like to see, like, it would have done its job, like, sort of, but it misses or whatever, something like that. Jobber also says, I think the strength of the reincarnated sorcerer is also based on the vessel's strength. Kenjaku used idle transfiguration to make the marked vessel stronger. No, Kenjaku probably didn't do that. Because Kenjaku can only, from what... Maybe I misread, but Kenjaku can only use idle transfiguration one time, I believe. And that's it. That's sort of how he explained it. So... that he can only use borrowed techniques or techniques that he steals only once. And would he really do it just for that? I mean, maybe? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Anyway, so, ladies and gentlemen, and Dio, we have been streaming now for 4 hours, and I think we've covered our goddamn point, or at least my points. I've responded to all the comments for Chapter 214. No, I am not dropping the series just because some people are gonna hate, and all that shit. So, I'm looking forward to Chapter 215. I think it'll be a good chapter. I think I'll do a review instead of a reaction so that all the fucking little babies can not be so butthurt by a random guy on the internet. And we will wait and see what happens. I am looking forward to it. I'm wondering who's going to get involved because somebody's got to save Yuji's ass. That'll be pretty interesting. So yeah. So anyways, that's basically it for me. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. As I said, we went through everything. Hope this explanation, these 4 hours have made you realize why 214 was the way it was. Stand by things I said. If you don't like it, that's kind of too bad. So, that's it from me, ladies and gentlemen. Dio, if you want to say goodbye. I know you're muted right now.
Goodbye, guys. Thank you for tuning in. And, make sure to stay tuned for Griever's content. Subscribe and like the video if you guys haven't done so already. Make sure to support Griever.
There we go. And also, don't forget, Dio also has a channel, BD Manga, so definitely go check out his. He talks about different manga series and stuff as well. So definitely go check out his channel. And Misk Content, who was in here, of course, before. You guys all know Misk. Definitely check out his reaction. I'm sure everyone, even though I made the exact same points after I watched his reaction and realized Misk still has the same points I made. I just doubled down on the same ones. I was a little harsher than he was on them. But definitely go check out his stuff. He has a 33-minute review of this chapter up on his channel. So that sounds pretty exciting. So anyways, that's it for me. Stay tuned for Chapter 215 review, if anybody still gives a shit what I think about Jujutsu Kaisen. And we'll see you guys back here next time. So with that being said, sayonara, everybody.